Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is right, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and podcast. I am your host, Jeff Norton. You can join us live here every Monday through Friday from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. Oh my gosh, we got a great show lined up for you tonight. I will have to tell you, we've taken the necessary precautions, though, to make sure it's not interrupted by those that are listening. Not you, the listeners, but you know what I mean. The other listeners out there. So we'll talk about that in a little bit. But first of all, let's do a little housekeeping here. If you're joining us for the very first time, we thank you very much. If you're joining us on YouTube, make sure that you hit that ever most important subscribe button. And if you are joining us on Facebook Live, we'd appreciate it if you would hit the share button and share our videos with others. We have a pretty unique little contest going on there for all of you Facebookers. What we're going to do is the person that shares us the most in a 1 week period, so it starts on Monday and goes through Friday, we will acknowledge that person on the Friday night show, and I will reach out to them personally, and we will get them something in the mail to say, hey, thank you. That's our way of spreading the good cheer. And yeah, it's pretty cool what we got in store for you guys. Now, we also have, I want to make you guys aware of a new site. We have a couple new sites, but the main one I want to point you guys to is Midnight Listener. The Midnight Listener is actually a social media site similar to Facebook, but for our listeners, for the Midnight Listener. So you guys can share whatever you want to share up there. We prefer it be about the shows and the topics that we talk about throughout the day and evening. But that is, open to you guys. It is a Facebook-like page, and we don't censor. We're not going to do that. The only thing is that we do have one rule. We will censor this one rule. No pornography. There's no reason. We don't, on this show, we talk about conspiracy theories, things of that nature. We don't talk about models, bikinis, skimpy-cladded women or men. Whatever you're into. So we do ask that. So get out there to Midnight Listener and take a look at that. It will be up and running within the next few days. And we look forward to talking to you guys on that. But yeah, it's an alternative. I've had several people talk about and complain about Facebook and the fact that they don't have a way of communicating without being censored. Well, guess what? You do now. We've heard you loud and clear. So that is what is coming down the pipe. It's called Midnight Listener, midnightlistener.com. And we'll have links to it from the Midnight Ocean. And it, like I said, it's only for our listeners. And it's another way for we can communicate with you, send you gifts, send you all sorts of stuff. We believe in sharing the wealth here at the Midnight Ocean and everything. Wow, what a show we got in store for you. Mr. Bob Fletcher is going to be joining us here in a few seconds. I can't hardly wait. We originally had him scheduled. And I will tell you, I'll admit when there's a conspiracy or something to go on, but last time when we had Bob scheduled, it was my fault. Lack of communication. We were a little bit young in our show, and there was a lot of things that were falling through the cracks. I'm actually glad that it did happen because we were able to resolve a lot of our audio issues, a lot of our technical issues, and things like that. And I wanted to make sure this message that Bob has for us tonight and what we talk about tonight gets out there unabated. That's why we've taken some precautions. We never announced that Bob was coming on the show this time. We made sure that no one knew that Bob was going to be on the show. And we're also doing the show at a time and a place that we normally don't do the show. In other words, this is pre-recorded. I'm going, when this goes live, I will be in the chat room. We will be talking and everything. So, feel free to chat with me about the show. But I will tell you that we've taken precautions because this message needs to get out there unabated. And as you guys know, especially with Midnight Ocean, as we gain in our popularity, we've been having those issues, right? Of the message trying to get blocked. So don't call in. This is a recorded. We did it at a time slot that is completely not normal for us to keep them on their toes. So without further ado, let me get into this. So for those that don't know, Bob he's an investigator concerned with the future of America and doing something about it. After many years as a business professional, Bob became involved in the U.S. government top secret covert arms sales without even knowing it. We're going to get into that. I'm going to let him tell you how that happened, but it does happen, believe it or not. And, I woke up one day and realized I was working on a project that I had no idea I was working on. And, it does. It really is called compartmentalized, and eventually it'll do that. But, what Bob is also known as, after completing a report for Senator Bono, which involves CIA and the drug connection leading back to top U.S. government officials, a tragic death took place. Sonny Bono, a well-known, and as congressman, not senator, but a well-known skier in his own right, mysteriously ran into a tree. I don't know if you guys remember those stories when that happened, and we'll refresh you guys. And it's tragic. I remember when I heard about it, I was like, what the heck? How do you, I'm a skier. How do you run into a tree at a ski resort? So, we'll talk about that, I'm sure, with Bob and everything. But without further ado, let's bring the man himself onto the show. Hey, Bob, how are you?
I'm, hanging in there, as they say. One foot in front of the other here. As I had mentioned to you previously, I'm getting old. I'm 75, and I've been living under an extreme, disabling medical situation for several years. And to not get corny, I was literally related to the Sonny Bono situation. I believe. I'm pretty positive.
Yeah.
I was radically injured, literally hit in my bed while I was asleep at 1:30 in the morning, and it was 20 years ago. But what it did was exploded my shoulder inside of my body, my arm, and there's no external injury, but internally my shoulder was blown to pieces, and I've lived with 24-hour pain for 20 years, so
wow.
It's really been rather difficult.
Yeah.
But anyhow, so much for that. That was part of the whole story.
The whole
actually.
story. Yeah. I mean, let's start like all good stories from the beginning.
Okay.
Let's just, and like I said, you've got all the time to talk, so don't feel like you have to rush to get the story, because I think it's very important that people understand where this started, how it developed, and where it's ending, because it's just proof. I get on here and talk about things that are going on in our government. People are starting to become more awake, and this ought to scare a lot of people. So let's, a lot of people are like, how do you get involved into this stuff? And I think your story is paramount in the sense that it's a lot of how a lot of good Americans get involved in a lot of these operations and not even know it. Don't even know that they're unwilling or unknowing participants in these schemes and scams of different agencies. Yeah,
and that's true. In my case, my story is so extraordinary. And as a matter of fact, I just out in front, I'll throw this out. That is it back in, I guess it was 97, that period of time, right around, as a matter of fact, when Sonny Bono was murdered on the ski slopes. Someone had gotten a rough draft of a book I was writing, which I've never gotten published yet, and that's a terrible shame, but I've been so busy and so interrupted, et cetera, et cetera. It's gone without being published at this point in time. It needs a good editor to finalize the thing and then get it out. Hopefully that'll get done. If it doesn't, that's just the way it is. But this rough draft was forwarded to Emilio Estevez, the actor, producer, and of course son of Martin Sheen, and he went completely crazy over it. I mean, he just when he finally tracked me down, and he had looked for me for quite a long time, because I had moved a couple of times. But I was not trying to avoid anybody. It's just the way it was. And he wanted to do a movie instantly, just went crazy. He said his quote literally was that this is the greatest script I've read in 5 years, and he reads them like every week. And it was just basically my story, how I got into this thing, and all of the turmoil that it generated from that starting point. And and as a matter of fact, he was calling me back and forth and back and forth. I was in Los Angeles at the time. He was in Los Angeles, but out of town doing another motion picture at the time. And we got right up to the point of where it was like, okay, next week let's sit down and put together a contract, and we'll get started with this. And what took place was I never heard from him again. And what had happened was I had sent him what I would call like the last couple chapters of what would have been the book. And in those chapters, it covered Bill Clinton and his extraordinary involvement with narcotics and with smuggling of narcotics and training of mercenaries in Arkansas, and all of that good stuff while he was governor. And without myself thinking and realizing, even applying common sense out in front, it didn't dawn on me that, in fact, Emilio's dad was, in fact, I'm going to use the term, a drinking buddy of Bill Clinton's. So that was the end of it. They somehow internally there in their own family, Martin Sheen had, now this is my obvious assumption, was steered Emilio away from going any farther with the project. And I was so busy. I've been so terribly busy for literally 30 years, bumper to bumper, 24 hours a day with what I've ended up doing, that I didn't even care. I just put it aside and moved forward with what I was doing. But anyhow, it would have been, and Emilio wanted to play myself as the lead role in the film. He was just terribly excited. He had shared it with several other major stars, performers, and they were all just totally freaked out, But so much for that. But that's how I mentioned this out in front. That's how extraordinarily interesting and amazing my life has ended up being, and not necessarily of anything of my own doing, but pulled into this mess. Here's how it happened. In the early 80s, first off, I had been an entrepreneur. I had been in and out of several amazing, interesting businesses of my own, including an international consulting company where one of my partners was the consulate general for the country of Liberia. His name was Abraham Mosley, and we were putting together huge multi-million-dollar international assistance operation for Liberia, which involved shrimp boats and just all sorts of things, and industries and educational assistance for the children there and everything else. And this was a multi-million-dollar contractual agreement with the government, and within 30 days of we had started some of it, or a good deal of it, we had at least initiated, but within that period of time, the country of Liberia was overthrown. And Liberia had been, in West Africa, had been an extraordinarily stable country for 100 years, actually. One of the few countries that didn't have a lot of that. I mean, I guess it was corrupted like crazy, but they hadn't had that militant takeover situation like so many of them have, almost like on a monthly basis. And it was rather a shock, but the bottom line was obviously everything in that business was finished. And not only were the contracts obviously terminated, but the bad guys that overthrew the country terminated just about everybody we had signed contracts with by killing them. So it was a pretty serious situation on the other side of the ocean there. And I mention that because it fits into what's coming up. A short time after that, that I was just like, boom, that was really devastating. Here I was counting my chickens before they were hatched, thinking about what I was going to do with all the fantastic income we were about to derive. And all of a sudden it was just gone. Boom. I mean, really gone. So I had an idea for a toy. It was a concept that I had seen an old version of it many years ago. It was a magician's prop, actually. And my brother was a magician professionally, and had also the following 25 years from what I'm talking about now, 1983, 84, that period of time. My brother had the most successful retail operations in the magic business in the history of magic. And he just recently passed away after 30 years of having the success, where he actually had magic shops, like little kiosks, like you see at the shopping centers, in the biggest, most successful hotels in around the whole world, actually.
Yeah.
Well, several out of where they, for example, Caesar's Palace. He had magic shops in the Caesar's Palace, Frenchman's Reef in the Virgin Islands. These are hotels that are, the $1,000 a day suites kind of a hotel, but they're the hotels that carry conventions. So my brother doing these little magic kiosks, they had full-time magicians doing demonstrations, and he sold coin tricks and card tricks and things of that to the conventioneers.
I remember, Bob, I remember that because I was a great customer of his over at Navy.
Okay.
He had one at Navy Pier.
Yes, he did. Yes, he sure did.
I loved that place. It was funny because I would take family to Navy Pier, and I would always, when you walk right into the Navy Pier at the main entrance, he was right there on the left-hand side. And I used to go in there all the time. They would show you the trick, and then you would buy the trick, and they would take you, and they'd open the door
in the back
room and show you how to do it. I loved that store. And I was a customer. I mean, I can't tell you how many other tricks. Yeah.
That's amazing. Yeah, it was called Magic Masters.
Yep.
That was the name of the company. And I had actually, he had come to me. I assisted him. He had been having problems in the late 90s, 80s, early 80s, and I assisted him. I actually set up. It was actually my idea, my concept to do it. I didn't get involved with it, except for, now I'm going to get to the part that you're also even going to remember. I manufactured the thing called the spring animal, which was a little fur raccoon and skunks and rabbits. These are animals that are they're actually a puppet. They're a spring-loaded mechanism inside of a little these little animals that really look alive because they were made of rabbit fur, which, by the way, I bought from Europe and from France actually. They were made completely out of rabbit fur and raccoon tails, and they looked like real animals and moved and jumped and ran around. And they were actually his biggest item that he had in terms of as a constant. So what happened? I get into this into the business and full-time manufacturing these. And because it was my own thing and nobody else in the world was manufacturing this or anything even close to it, and of course, we sold them to every magic company that you could imagine. But then also I had my own retail operations in Six Flags amusement park and in the big amusement parks all around the place. And I was making an awful lot of money. I was about to make my first $1 million personally with this. And I did a show in New York City, which was a marketing show, a merchandising wholesalers show. It's a gigantic thing in New York. By the way, I was based in Atlanta, Georgia. And all we did was showed our animals, and I had also professional magicians with me just to do the demonstration and all of that. And it was so great that everybody that saw it, if they had $20 in their pocket, they would buy one. That was it. There was no question about it. It was not like trying to sell it. It was just that good of an item.
Oh, absolutely. I'm going to go through my crates looking for it because I know I've got it stored away. Well, with all the moves we did, and Sandy's like, "Oh, Jeff, you got to grow up."
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right. Well, of course, see, the big thing about my brother's operations with those was, like I say, it was in Caesar's Palace and all of these places. They were giant, and the intent was we would not go in at all to any place if it was not a real big convention traffic place. And when they do that, of course, you got all these young men with the businesses and all that, and their companies spending tons of money, and actually the company, unfortunately, picking up the tab on these guys. And so when you would walk by and you'd see, and it was just coin tricks, card tricks, and things that you could freak out your buddy with, that kind of a thing. And so it was really great. It was not like some little old guy in a small town selling magical junk and fart cushions to the children. You know what I mean? That kind of novelty junk. It literally was high-end stuff, et cetera, et cetera. Well, okay, so much for that. But so I do this show in New York, and it's a typical show where guys give you their business cards, and they'll say, or they either order right there for their business, or they give you a business card and they say, contact me, because we were doing giant costumes, big costumes for the stuff you see at the football games with the giant costumes. We did those types of costumes on special orders. Then we also did hats. Was manufacturing novelty hats with little animal faces on them and stuff like that. And then of course, our toy animal that was the primary thing. So what happened, I have this fella who I didn't remember him at all, of course, because when you're doing these, there was 35,000 buyers at this particular show in New York City over about 4-day period of time. And so we had tons and tons of business. So I've got all of these business cards. I get back home to when it was finished, back to Atlanta, and I'm going over the business cards, and I see this one, and it says Vista. It was Vista Distribution USA, and on the back I had written down contact, and I had underlined it. Wants to purchase huge numbers of my product. That's relative to the conversation this guy obviously had with me. I didn't remember who, what, and where, but so I'm looking at it, and then it dawned on me that it was my address in Atlanta. Literally, in the industrial park where we had now put in a big 7,000 square foot facility. His address was my address. And I look at it again, and I said, this is like freak out, right? I said, what in the world? So
hold on. So you're are you in a complex with a lot of different buildings?
Yeah, right.
Okay.
It's what they call an industrial complex.
Okay.
Where you got printers and all kinds of things.
So he was like a neighbor, but he was in the same area.
Well, yeah, but see, when I first saw it, because the way they do it, obviously, is the address is the same, and the only difference is a little thing that says Building 6 or something like that.
Or suite, okay.
Okay, right. So, but I first looked, I said, well, what kind of a scam is this? This guy's got my address printed on his card.
Yeah. So
then I looked again, and I said, oh, wait a minute, this is the guys that I had watched about 3 weeks earlier move into this because it was a brand new park. It cost a lot of money, and I had a big square footage there.
Yeah.
But we were doing so well, and I looked down and I said, wow. So then I said, oh, okay, it's that guy across the street. Literally, it was one across the street and one building down, and that's how close he was. I could see his offices from mine.
Sure.
And so I called him, and I called him. It goes through his front desk, and then I could see him pick up the phone. That's how close.
Hey, Bob, we're coming up on a hard break, and I think this is probably important for everybody to hear in its totality. So let's do this. Let's take a break. We'll take a 4-minute break, and then we're going to come back, and we're going to hear about this gentleman. Well, I've never had that happen. I've had some strange things happen in my business career, especially with the software that I've written, where I've been given business cards and then I call them, they're fronts for businesses, and then I call them and then come to find out I'm talking to some major or some captain in the United States Army. I can share that with you guys a little bit later, but we're talking with our very special guest, Bob Fletcher, and wow, what a story. I could go see this in a movie theater so far, but we'll be back in a few minutes. Sit back. We got about 4-minute break, and when we get back, we're going to hear more from our good friend Bob Fletcher.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is right, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and podcast. I am your host, Jeff Norton. Join us live here every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. If you're joining us for the very first time, make sure you hit that YouTube subscribe button. That helps us out tremendously. If you're joining us on Facebook or seeing this on Facebook Live, please share the stream with your friends and family. Tell them about us. And also, you can follow us on Twitter. We won't spam you. The Twitter address is at the MN Ocean, MN as in Midnight Ocean. If you would like to text me directly in the studio with your questions, feel free to shoot me an SMS text message at 786-574-3652. That's 786-574-3652. I will respond back to you when appropriate. I appreciate it. If you have a guest suggestion or just want to talk to me directly, that's the best way to do it. And that is provided to us by Live Ninja. Great company, guys. Pretty cool technology. We're going to be rolling out the web interface for that, so you can actually text message me right through the web, which will be pretty cool. Looking forward to that. Don't know how many text messages I'm going to get a day with the thousands of listeners, but it'll be fun. Yeah, I told myself I would make myself accessible to you, our audience, our listeners. And so we're doing that. But I want to bring back our guest, Bob Fletcher. Right before we went off the break, Bob, you were talking about how you ran into a gentleman who was in the same complex as you, and you thought that was weird. That is kind of bizarre. Of all the, all the places in the world, they just happen to land right next to you. Do you think that was coincidence, or do you think that was
No. As a matter of fact, it was not. I found out later I was specifically targeted, and exactly how that came about. But the targeting, I was to find out later, was because of the business I had just closed down, which was an international, the international consulting, where my business card, as a matter of fact, doing that with the nation of Liberia, my business card included the direct phone number into the Washington, D.C. Liberian embassy. So that was literally my second phone number, where people could reach me at my office in Atlanta or leave messages for Mr. Fletcher at the embassy. Now, you want to talk about being able to open up doors, you couldn't do that with hardly, I don't think, any nation of the world. But my good friend Abraham, who was the consulate general there for about 17 years prior to myself getting involved with him, and his wife, who was a duchess from the country of Gabon. So he was able to get away with it. He just did what he wanted to do, and he actually gave me the right to put the permission to put that number. That's anyhow. Apparently now, and I'm going to expedite this next thing because we got to get through this. We got a lot of other real important stuff. I wanted you to kind of everybody to get a feel of who I was. I was just entrepreneur, business guy. Been in the music business and been in several different things. And lo and behold, I get this great toy of my own, and other things, and I manufacture them, my own little thing. Going to make $1 million with this thing. Yeah. And I run into this character, like you said, was directly across the street. I remember this, matter of fact, when he was moving into it, because this was an industrial complex. He caught our eye because the furniture and things that he was bringing in was like out of the White House. I mean, this was, extraordinary expensive stuff. And I remember my general manager at my toy company there said to me, "Holy mackerel, look at that. What the hell do they do over there? Because look at the furniture the guy's bringing in, Yeah. So it was that extraordinary. So the company name is Vista Distribution USA Inc. I go over there, make an appointment with him, go over, talk how extraordinary it was that we were right next to each other. And he explains to me that he owns several companies, which he did, and that one of them supplied cheap watches and miscellaneous novelty goods to the 7-Eleven type stores all over the United States. And that he wanted, and he put down, gave me an order for these novelty baseball hats that I was manufacturing, and also the toys, and some other item that we were also manufacturing, a little gimmick novelty thing, whatever it was. And but it was way over my head. I mean, it was thousands and thousands of dollars that I would have had to put out to even manufacture. And it was at that point in time for me, it was way over my head. And I said, whoa. I said, you're killing me. And I said, I was just planning to just run with this toy and go on television, do a commercial and do a television, because it's a demonstration item and it sells 100 to 1 if it's demonstrated, and like on TV, we would have made a fortune. Mm-hmm. So he said, I'll tell you what, if you're interested, I'll buy your company. And he said, he's going over my numbers and it's everything, but he says, I'll buy your company, put X amount of dollars in, we'll go and we'll do a commercial, and you can also oversee my watch company, and so I'll pay you, you'll be vice president, we'll create a new corporation, blah, blah, blah. So within 30 days, we were sitting down with his lawyers in Atlanta. We put together the deal, and he gave me whatever, I don't remember what it was, $50,000 down or something like that. We transferred everything under his roof into the building where he was, and because it was right there, et cetera, et cetera. So in a short time, I've now merged my company with his corporation. Mm-hmm. He's put up money. We're now shooting, and we did complete a television commercial for the animal. But in a very short period of time, I realized that things are really strange around with this guy, for one thing. And by the way, his name is Gary Best, if I didn't mention that. To shoot to the chase, what happened was that I started getting, first off, we were getting telexes through my office, because that happened to be where the machine was. This is before computers, folks. Yeah. This is telex machines. And we're getting telexes from foreign countries, and they're in code. I can recognize that they're in code because it's things like addressed to Gary that says the 52,000 potatoes were arrived. Okay, everything's fine, and they've been secured. And I'm thinking, what potatoes? What? We're not dealing with potatoes. What's going on here, right? Yeah. And this doesn't even have anything to do with the watches going into these, like I said, in these 7-Eleven convenience stores. Yeah. He's the one that put all this, where you go in and there's a $9.95 watch, mm-hmm. Digital watch, and blah, 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 blah. Yeah. He was selling those by 100,000s. The numbers of those were tremendous. So those were, that part of the company was legitimate, and the same as mine was legitimate. And he had 2 or 3. He had a window company he bought while I was there, and that was legitimate window company, had been in business for a while. And but like with the watches, he had 100% guaranteed return when the batteries ran down. You see, we never think about this. When the batteries run down on the watches that are in the stores, they got to be replaced with watches that are running. Okay? So his deal, when the 7-Eleven type store contractual agreements was, he would send people in. He had regular people all over the United States working for him. It's a big operation. And money was nothing. He had like, which I found out later on, like 25 major credit cards. But he also had like 6 passports. And he carried and cash, because he had plenty of cash. Okay. And he would carry this most often in a paper bag. You want to talk about, let's say, unnoticeable, unrecognizable situation. He would carry it. Maybe he had a briefcase, of course, but he always had a brown bag. The brown bag had probably, God knows how much potential funding, and with cash and the credit cards. All right, so that's a couple of strange things that happened. But then, of course, as I mentioned, telexes from around the world. And then I realized I would come into work, and the secretary out front would say, "Oh, Gary went to Europe yesterday." And I said, "Okay," and I'm thinking, what? I didn't know we were doing anything in Europe. And she said, "Well, he's going to Geneva. He'll be in Geneva for a couple of days, and then he'll be back." And he told me to give you this list of things. I said, "Oh, okay." So again, this was in the embryonic status with this guy. I didn't, but it's building up. These things are looking strange. So then, when he's back, we're getting generals, major generals coming in. A guy named General Heine Adderholt and a fellow named John Singlov. Both of them military generals. Mm-hmm. And he would have closed-door meetings with these guys, and then they would leave, et cetera, et cetera. But that was pretty regular. Now, these guys, I found out, of course, I didn't know at that time, these are the guys that ran the war in Vietnam. They were the primary generals that ran the Vietnamese War, okay? The show that Mel Gibson did, the motion picture called Air America. Yeah. They ran Air America. Now, for the people that are known, up to that, Air America was theoretically the air service supplying weapons and movement of troops and things, but also drugs.
Yes.
The narcotics and stealing gold and moving gold. Moving gold cooperatively with the Prime Minister of South Vietnam. He was stealing huge amounts of physical gold bullion, and the Air America aircraft were flying it out, stashing it, and smuggling it. All right. So this is what I finally found out. And at one point in time, when I walked in, Gary was speaking. I walked into his office. Gary was speaking fluent Vietnamese or Chinese. And this is a little boy from Nashville, or not from Nashville, but from Tennessee, Marysville, Tennessee. Something that normally you would not be fluent at. I also heard him speaking in reference to Iranian jets and the sale or the potential movement of jets that belong to the Iranians, which, by the way, just were some of the equipment that we have seen in this year that Obama cut the deal with the Iranians with the nuclear crap.
Correct.
These are those physically. Those are the jets that Gary was talking about that were on the tarmac, parked in storage. We had confiscated them in the 80s, and he was talking about them. I'm talking with the physical engine numbers and part numbers of the jets and talking about parts and things. So he was involved with covertly smuggling some of that stuff. I heard him talking about selling a $10 million aircraft. And charging, and he said, it's mind-boggling figures. Mm-hmm. He had sold, I found out later, hundreds of helicopters to South Africa a few years earlier. And again, if you're talking 6 or 8, that's something. But if you're talking about 155 of them, that's a whole different thing. So finally, I went into Gary and I said, "What are you doing here?" Obviously, it was, reaches the point where this is goofy. For a while, I let it go because I figured his companies, other little separate things, he's doing this and this and this, and that's okay. So without batting an eye, he says, "We sell armament," which is an unusual word. That dialogue is a little different than...
that's military speak. That's covert speak.
Yeah,
they don't say, we sell guns.
Yeah, it's not we're selling guns. He was some little jerk running a handful of AK-47s, something. Yeah. Right? We sell armament. And then, so he said, I want to bring you in on this. I need somebody, and here's where it surfaced. He says, you've been at the ambassadorial level in Africa, right? And so he knew about all of that, which I had not talked about. Other than I did have a letter up on my office wall from the embassy about how wonderful my company was and all that stuff. I had that up on the wall, but I had never talked about it. And I said, well, yeah. And he says, you don't have any trouble dealing with the blacks in Africa, because again, he's an old Tennessee kid.
Yep.
So I said, no, of course not. And he said, well, we need somebody to go to Angola because we're going to start doing business in Angola. And all you have to do is be an informational courier. You go over there, do shop and buy some toys, make it look like you're doing toy factory stuff. You'll meet with a guy, whomever we turn you to, give him information. He'll give you information. Just bring it back. We'll pay you $2,000 a trip. Pick up your expenses, and of course you still have your salary here, et cetera, and your involvement percentage piece here and everything else won't affect that. And we'll keep running the legitimate business, but this is what we'd like you to do. And I need you to get your passport next week, and because I'm going to want you to fly on over there and get started. If you're interested, I guarantee you that you will make more money than the President of the United States, and it'll be guaranteed forever. So anyhow, now I'm like, holy mackerel, what is this? Because you don't sell airplanes. You don't sell armament if you are not an armament. If you are not Boeing, you're not
McDonnell Douglas or
not McDonnell Douglas. Not So what is this? Who is this guy? What is this? So anyhow, I ended up saying, look, I'm out of here. I don't want to have anything to do with this. This is bullcrap. I said I'm what I was and what I am, and I'm doing good, and all the money looks great. Obviously, I know he wasn't pulling my leg when he's talking about the funds. And I said I'm out of here, and I said I want you. You still owe me $250,000. I want to get paid, or I want to get my company back. And if and it was a simple thing. This is all contractual. So it was simple. He's either going to do that, pay me up in full. He still owed me about $250,000. Pay me up in full, or give me back my company. And if not, I'll just take you to court and I'll knock your brains out.
Yeah.
So what he did, literally sitting there at his desk, he reached inside of his coat pocket and pulled his hand back out in the shape of a gun, pointed it at my head, and pulled the trigger of the pretend gun, and said, if you say anything or do any legal action, this is what's going to happen.
Wow.
You're out of here. So I left, and I instantly, as a matter of fact, hired a private detective to keep an eye on the movements of what was going on there, and got with a lawyer friend of mine who I had known for 20 years, personal friend, and I spilled this out and gave the contract and all, and said, oh, well, this is going to be easy, we'll just sue him, and this is all, in and out stuff. But the bottom line was his functioning. He was working right out of the White House. It was the Iran-Contra stuff. Mm-hmm. He was supplying the weapons to the Contras in Nicaragua at that time. That was the thing that turned into the Iran-Contra mess with Oliver North and all of the rest of that stuff. The people that are not that are young are not even going to know too much about that. But it was a giant scandalous thing, and and it involved drugs and weapons and everything else. So what had happened? So I saw on TV, all of a sudden, I'm watching the news. Now we've not gone any place with the legal action yet, because it was like literally within, I think 30 days, 20 days, something like that. Here comes the Iran-Contra scandal, and the president's on television and lying to the public, and that was Ronald Reagan, and he was saying that he didn't know who was doing what and this and that, but that there was people, illegally, citizens going over and also looking for prisoners of war that they were not supposed to, and he said, I don't know who they are, but we're going to get that because that's a terrible thing. They can't be doing this as private citizens. And then he also, of course, the Iran-Contra thing was there, and that was supplying the weapons illegally to the Contras and training them here in the United States and all that stuff. So I called the White House, and I still now realizing I knew what was going on with my case situation, but I had no idea still who he was, who Gary Best was. I didn't know what was going on, and I called the White House like a naive average citizen, and I said, hey, I know, first off, I know who's doing that POW insurgency stuff, because he was in my office a month ago. And the guy that I was partners with was funding that. And that was another part of what they were doing. They were funding the little groups that were going over, and what they were doing actually was trying to locate prisoners of war that were still existing, believe it or not, in the 80s from the 1960s Vietnam thing. Okay, so he was involved with that, and I said, and they said, well, let me put you in with, and it was, I don't know at that time whether it was Senator Kerry, who's presently Secretary of State, or one other person, somebody else there at that time, and they said they hooked me up with them. They were doing the inquiry, and and they said, well, you're right in the middle of it. I just gave them a couple of names, I said this name, that general, this general, that general, and they said, holy mackerel, who are you? What, So they said, you got to come to Washington. So now I became a federal witness in the Iran-Contra investigations. And from that point forward, without getting into all the rest of it, because I really want to cover a lot of other stuff, the bottom line was I became a witness in the Iran-Contra inquiries. Then additionally, I became a federal sworn witness in a $30 million racketeering lawsuit that had been filed by the Christic Institute, a religiously oriented group that relative, again, to arms, drug smuggling, and all of that, naming everybody that this was actually ahead of the Iran-Contra hearings, and it named everybody that was involved with the Iran-Contra stuff. And again, so here I go. I end up being a witness in that case as well, which is all, again, the same stuff. It's kind of repetitious. After doing that, all of a sudden I was a fixture in Washington, D.C. So I had senators and congressmen every time they came up with, over the next few years, when they came up with inquiries they wanted to do, whether it was CIA-connected drugs and things of that sort, Bob Fletcher was getting the phone call. So it went on and on from that, and I actually supplied information to probably 5 major inquiries of Senate and congressional inquiries relative to the drug connections to this, that, and the other thing. That was how I ended up supplying Sonny. Sonny was very upset once he got into Washington. Sonny Bono, being formerly a performer and entertainer, and then a mayor in California, and then the congressman for his district.
Yep.
When Sonny got up there, and that was when they had the church, I can't think of which one. I'm sorry, I'm slipping on the name of it. Anyhow, they had the church that was an ongoing, where they burned the church. What? I can't think
Waco.
of the name.
The church.
The Waco. That's right, Waco, Texas.
Yep. Waco,
okay.
Texas.
Right. So they the government burned this church down and was shooting the people that were inside. It was outrageous.
It was David Koresh.
Yeah, Koresh. Right. And so after going through several of these inquiries and being involved with supplying information and doing investigations for Senate and congressional inquiries, which also included, of course, the Waco thing. Mm-hmm. Sonny, during the Waco inquiry, Sonny got so upset he actually broke into tears because they had literally murdered children. Burned them alive inside this building. they blamed it on the guy, this Koresh.
Correct, absolutely.
Koresh, and they blamed it on him and everything else. He was a religious zealot.
Yep. Hey, Bob, let's do this. This is actually a great break for a segue because we're moving from one to the other. So let's take a quick another 4-minute break, and then when we get back, we'll talk about the Koresh and Sonny and how all this all ties together. It's amazing when you go down the rabbit hole. It really, really is. But we're going down the rabbit hole today with our good friend Bob Fletcher as he lays this out. This is a pre-recorded show for obvious reasons, for security reasons and everything. So don't bother calling in. But when we get back, we're gonna tie this together with David Koresh and Sonny and how he got involved with our very special guest, Bob Fletcher.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
Yes, it is, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and a podcast. I am your host, Jeff Norton. Oh, we are starting to go down the rabbit hole. For those that don't know who are just joining us, we want to say first, thank you very much. If you're watching us on YouTube, make sure that you press that ever most important button called subscribe. If you're joining us on Facebook Live, which we started broadcasting, this is a new feature for us. And as Facebook gets the kinks worked out, I'll tell you, if you're watching us on Facebook and you want to see us completely uninterrupted, you might want to kick over to YouTube and watch us there. I know Facebook is not in the video business, thus they're having a little bit of issues, but it's okay. We appreciate them allowing us to broadcast what we can live on their stream, but also make sure that you hit that share button. Tell your friends and your family about us. These are great shows. Our goal here at the Midnight Ocean is to bring non-mainstream ideas to the mainstream. And the only way we can do that is that you got to help us get out there to the mainstream. That would be your friends, your family, your coworkers. But you can also join us live, like I said, every 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time right here, or on the web at themidnightocean.com. Wow, we're definitely going down the rabbit hole with our very special guest, Bob Fletcher. And right before we went on the break, Bob, you were now talking about the David Koresh, the Star Davinian, the Davinian, and the whole fiasco there in Waco and the murder. And, let's call it what it is. It was a murdering of innocent children. It should have never have gotten to that point. I remember watching that, and I'll be the first one to tell you, when I saw that on TV, I was wrapped up in my neocon thing. And when I saw, I was like, and I did not realize that there were children in that building. I did not realize, I thought, I believed what the lie was this was a radical group wanting to destroy America, and they were, whatever, devil worshiping, anti-America, and they were arms dealers. And that's what I believed. And like I said, that was when I was wrapped up in my neocon thing. And then when I grew up and I became awoke, I realized that they were a religious organization who had beliefs that were different than everybody else's, but they were harmless. They weren't, people have the right to believe what they want to believe in this country. If you agree or disagree with it, that's the tenet of our Constitution. You have the right to live your life free and clear of your government. And then to find out our government burned them and then parked a tank on the exit. And they knew that was the exit for one of the bunkers. They parked the tank directly on it so they couldn't get out. Yep,
they died.
Yeah, they killed them.
And they literally machine gunned ones that did try to get out of some of the burning buildings, which later on was proven with actual videotapes. Yep. But the reason I brought that up is that Sonny Bono was in the middle of that inquiry. Mm-hmm. And when he really realized that and all the inside parts of it, and he literally broke into tears sitting at the desk. I mean, he just couldn't handle it. And from that point forward, again, I was in and out of the congressional buildings in the White House and all of that on a fairly regular basis with other senators and congressmen on congressional inquiries. And the way that works for the most part, you got the left and the right, basically, all right? And you always got the left trying to do numbers on the right and the right trying to do numbers on the left.
Correct.
And so anytime one group over here can get some nasty stuff in a group over there, they do an inquiry, and vice versa. And it's all political garbage. And, of course, so it's also, which I found out later, and, of course, they're all full of junk because nothing ever happens to anybody involved with these things. Once in a while, somebody has to do some time or something. But usually, even when that happens, they actually send money. They'll put $10 million in some guy's checking account and say, hey, look, you're going to have to take the hit. We're going to have you do 6 months if you don't mind for doing this thing and that thing. Keep your mouth shut about all the other things that you know. We'll put $10 million in over here in Geneva Bank in Switzerland. and blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But nothing ever happened.
Yeah, Scooter Libby.
Unknown.
Scooter Libby's not in the poverty house right now.
No, I wouldn't worry about Scooter Libby. And by the way, folks who don't know who he is, he's the assistant to the Vice President Dick Cheney, who yanked down billions of dollars after being involved with the takedown of the Twin Towers at the 9/11. Now, anyhow, he got in trouble for doing some little thing. He took it on the chin for somebody else, actually.
Yeah, well,
and
we all know who he took it on the chin for.
It was exposing a CIA agent, and actually he was not the one that did it. But anyhow, moving quite along, and I really have to move on with this stuff because I get hung up on little details, and
that's fine. So you and it's all up to you, Bob, because that's why we format our show the way it is. So we want to give you the maximum amount of time. But I know that you have physical. I mean, it is hard to talk for more than 2 hours. I know for a fact. I just got done doing an interview, and my throat is killing me from me doing an interview on another radio show for 3 hours. So, but I just want to let you know.
But the big point is, like I say, I get hung up because even all the little details are so amazing to the layman, so to speak.
Yeah.
And but then I was involved with so much stuff. Now I'm really talking 30 years now that I've been doing this. Which is kind of, and I'm one of the few guys that ended up doing it full time. You have an awful lot of people that, of course, did A, B, and C, but then on the side they got into this one or they got into that one. Sure. And one of the reasons I have such a tremendous grasp, I can see things or people or names and stuff, and I sit and I say, well, wait a minute now, something nobody knew about back 5 years ago that he was involved with, and then it clarifies a picture real quick.
Yeah.
Not too many people ended up in that situation, unfortunately, that I did. So anyhow, so much for that. So I want to get into Sonny's situation. Yep. So I've done several things, several people, all of them really big, amazing situations. And somehow, I don't even remember how it happened off the top of my head right now, but Sonny was getting into it. Oh, and I know it was, what's her name, Waters, was doing a CIA, trying to make a connection of CIA to the drugs because of the black community in California.
Maxine Waters. Yeah, I remember Maxine Waters. Yeah.
Yeah, you'll never forget her. Okay, anyhow, she was screaming and yelling and trying to put things together. And it's strictly a political thing.
Yep.
And I had contacted her, and I was in L.A. at the time, and her offices were down there. And I said, listen, I have this and this and this, and I can show you where this came from. And see, the United States, during the Contra thing, they were trading, this is in Nicaragua, during the Iran-Contra, they were trading the weapons going down for the revolutionary group, the Contras, and they were training the Contras. They were training them profusely in Arkansas. Bill Clinton was training them. Bill Clinton was a Democrat. The Republicans were in power. Bush and Reagan in power at that time. But they were kissing buddies. Oh. So forget that. There's no Democrat-Republican separation when you get into covert operations,
Correct.
All right?
Correct.
These guys are bad guys, left and right. One's as bad as the other. Don't ever fall in love with one or the other because you're going to be let down.
Well, Bush Senior just came out. Now he's pretty much on the downslide. But before that, he came out and he talked about how him and Bill would fly together to do these disaster relief, for the Clinton Foundation, and how they were brothers from a different mother. The Clinton, they're cozy, and
they were that way during the elections when they were trying to cuss each other out.
You had the former CIA director, Vice President President Bush, eventually President Bush, and Bill Clinton, the governor of Arkansas, and during the time that, Bill Clinton was there in Arkansas, that was when, like you said, all this stuff was going on. And who do you think was running? Well, we know who was running it. And I think that Gary Webb, that's where I remember Maxine Waters, is that him, and I remember Gary Webb and Maxine Waters coming, working, because he's the one that really uncovered the drugs and the reporter, that uncovered the drugs coming out and the fact that it was going to the inner city and it was intentionally going there to.
Yeah. Well, unbeknownst to most of the world, I had already everything that Gary did. And as a matter of fact, Gary went crazy because when he was writing his book, he was trying to get a hold of me and he couldn't for some reason. I don't remember why. But everything that was in his book, et cetera, I had already laid out in documented form to 2 or 3 major inquiries. See, but they only do stuff they want to that's going to help them this week, et cetera, et cetera. So I had a whole bunch of material that I contracted, documentation, et cetera, and I contacted Maxine's, and she said, oh, well, you need to get it to, bring it down here, bring it to the office. So I said, well, now this involves your party too, People, oh, we don't care what way the chips fall, and that's like but that's baloney. That didn't happen.
Yeah.
And at the same time, Sonny had gotten a hold of me and had contacted his people had contacted me, and so I worked with Sonny. Sonny wanted to do a congressional inquiry of his own relative to the material that I had supplied him, which was that actual videotape recording of the biggest Burmese drug supplier at that time, all right, who had an army of his own in the Burmese mountains of 40,000 soldiers, and was Kun Sa. And we have videotape of Kun Sa reading off the names of the American executive persons of our government that had set up the financing, the money laundering, and the sales of the drugs into the United States. And he pulled together one afternoon, brought together all of his executives, if you will. All right, you see these guys in thatched huts, all right, smoking whatever they smoke. But and what he was doing, he had contacted Lieutenant Colonel Bo Greitz, who was, by the way, he's Rambo. He's the guy they did Rambo movies based on. He was actually paid to give the general inside information on the Rambo movies. This is stuff that he literally did, the stuff that the original Rambo is shown in a movie, dropping down behind the lines in pitch black and sneaking into North Korean offices and stealing back a black box that was in one of our jets that they had shot down, and stole it back crawling through the mud in the jungle with a knife in his teeth and going in and taking out. That was the stuff that Bo really did. He was written up by General Westmoreland as the greatest soldier he had ever met, and Westmoreland being the head of actually 1.5, 2 wars, if you will. But anyhow, what had happened was Bo went in with his a camera crew, 3 or 4 guys, set up in the camp of Kun Sa in Burma, because Kun Sa wanted him to go back to the White House, and tell the White House that if the White House would assist him with money financing, that he would no longer grow any more poppies or any more narcotics on the mountainside. He would stop all of it, and he was like a 60% supplier, if you will, to the USA for dope. He would stop all of it. If we would help him, he would just start growing coffee, but that he had to have contracts and guarantees so that his people would not starve. And he said, he don't smoke it. They don't do any of that crazy dope. They don't shoot up any of that. If he has somebody in his army that's found out to be utilizing narcotics, he kills them.
Yeah.
All right? Period. End of story. His people don't do it at all, but he was supplying it because his people needed the money.
Needed the food. They needed to feed themselves.
That was it.
Yeah.
So, but that's what brought us to the live footage that was shot that Bo passed on to myself, and I had that, and I said, listen, because here's what happens: they sit down, and in English reading on their Chinese ledger books. They pull these big pages open, they're rolling these pages open, and his guys are reading in Chinese and they're saying it in English, obviously, the names like Richard Armitage, who was a guy over there at the embassy that had completely set up the money laundering operations and everything for him. And he named the people at the embassies, etc., over there that had been directly involved with the narcotics program for years. And they were talking about, how would he even get their names if it wasn't the truth,
And the fact that they're reading them out of ledgers, because any, like in court.
Stuff.
Yeah. I mean, in court documents, I've always been told you write everything down and you date it and stuff because the court's going to believe that over a person's testimony any day. The fact that there's a chronological order to it.
They had all of it. It was mind-boggling. And I passed the tape on to Sonny, and along with an awful lot of other material, tons of stuff. And so I had worked progressively with him for several months, and this was like in 97. And finally, it was mine, and there were some other people involved. It's just not just my stuff, but my stuff, I think, actually was my stuff was really the anchor because, hey, here's the biggest drug smuggler provider, grower, if you will, of the raw material, naming everybody and telling you what aircraft they use and how. Forget it.
Yeah, he's laying the case out. But now I got to ask. Do you still, in your possession, have this movie?
Oh, it's on a DVD.
It's on the DVD, and that's one that someone can get. All right, so I'll make sure that we put that on the website.
Another thing, yeah.
We'll put them all on the DVDs.
I'll let everybody know how you can get my report.
So this stuff still exists, and you can. Oh my goodness. I'm buying.
And I did an entire DVD. As a matter of fact, let me not jump there yet.
Yeah.
All right. So this was part of what I supplied Sonny with. And again, I was working with him, cooperating with him for a whole period of 6, 7, 8 months. And then finally I get a call in December of 97. And, it's Sonny's administrative assistant runs the office. He says, Bob, I got great news. We've got the inquiry has been approved as a congressional inquiry. To top it off, we have gotten subpoena powers, so that if we subpoena somebody to talk, and they don't, we can actually put them in jail.
Yeah.
All right. Now they don't do that in Congress and Senate inquiries.
Yeah.
Or when they do it, like I said earlier, nothing much usually happens. But nobody utilizes subpoena powers, and that's what he had set up. I blew my mind. I said, "Great. What did we schedule-wise?" And he says, "In about 10 days, Sonny's going on the Christmas holidays. Everybody's taking the Christmas. Will be about the 15th of January." That's literally 20 days, so to speak, from when I had received the phone call. And we need to get you into Washington because we want you. You're a primary character in this thing. And if you're ready to still do it, and I said, absolutely. Send me the tickets. I'm over there. So I was excited. It was great, man. And this stuff was mind-boggling, and it literally would have impeached the president. This is how strong this stuff was. This would have made the Iran-Contra inquiry look like it was some kind of a children's program on TV compared to what we were about to do. And I was just elated. And what was funny, I was 6 months earlier, June of that year, I had been blown out of bed at 1:30 in the morning. And we couldn't quite figure out what it was that took place. But I had actually been hit with one of these laser type, microwave type of a weapon that had actually exploded my shoulder. Now, what it was supposed to do was put me into a convulsion and actually blow up my heart, if you will, or kill me with a heart attack. That's what these do. The guy recently last year that Jesse Ventura had on as a witness to the particle beam weapons.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I'm going to have a DVD on that. But the particle weapons, this fellow was one of the guys that helped create it.
Yep.
They shot the show with him, and 24 hours later, he was hit with the same weapon.
Heart attack, yeah.
And it killed him.
Yep.
He went into had a seizure and fell down in his kitchen floor, and his heart.
I remember that. I remember that show, watching that for Jesse's show that he did. Yes. I remember them talking about. I remember. Yes,
Yep. And it's the exact same weapon that I had been struck with, apparently. So that was in June of 97. June of 97. Unbelievable. That's the one that's never been repaired, and it's terrible. My left arm is completely missing the ball of my shoulder and the top part of my bone. My arm bone.
You were late. All right. So let's get this back so the audience. Let's describe this,
sure,
and if it's painful for you to describe, let me know. So you're laying in bed.
Sound asleep, and something. I mean, did it physically move you, or did your shoulder just explode? I went into convulsions.
Okay. So
I never had anything like that. Don't have any epilepsy, nothing.
And your wife, obviously, or
my wife next to me dialed 911 immediately.
Sure.
It continued, and it went extraordinarily long period of time.
Sure.
And it stopped only when the police and the ambulance were coming down the road. Bap! As soon as they were audible to her, not to me. I was unconscious. Audible to her. As soon as she heard the sirens, the convulsion stops.
Okay.
I come to. I said, what the hell's going on? And I got I had the ambulance guy there and the police and everything else, and trying to, they took me off.
Sure.
And the only problem was, now you have to understand, now I didn't leave the bed or anything like that, and I never had anything like that in my life.
Yeah, you're laying in bed, convulsions,
sound asleep, boom, it just comes, starts, goes, and it continues until the ambulance and police are so close they might have come up on the guy.
And so your shoulder, your socket, all that's physically blown apart?
Physically exploded into pieces with no external injury.
What does your orthopedic surgeon say?
What the hell happened?
Okay. That's what I wanted. I mean, did he give you any kind of...
They never figured it. See, they never figured it out. And it didn't dawn on me.
Yeah.
And here's what's funny or amazing. I was literally in the middle of not only helping Sonny, but I was producing a DVD on exotic weapons. All right, literally at that time, doing the research and laying down the film of an exotic weapons DVD. So, but it never dawned on me. Okay, until I got down there and they looked at it and they X-rayed and they said, the top of your arm is blown, is shattered. What did you hit? What did you do? And I said, nothing. I was on my back, and when I came to, I was still on my back right there. Didn't even hit anything. Was laying on the bed. Didn't fall off the bed. Didn't fall off of a 3-story building. He said, your shoulder looks like it's been hit with a sledgehammer. But bear in mind now what I'm going to say. No external injury whatsoever visible. End of story.
Sunburn, bruise.
No, nothing. Not a damn thing. They could not repair the shoulder properly. They put in an implant which was screwed up by the guy that put it in. It had to be taken out, and my arm literally is broken off with no ball, no top of my arm, and it's hanging completely free from my body. There's no skeletal connection whatsoever for the last 30 years, 20 years now. Okay, end of story for that part of it. But now when we got back, and again, progressively, a lot of guys saw this, specialists and all that, and they said, this is, I've never seen anything like this.
Yeah, I mean, nothing. I mean, I know shoulder surgeries because I've had 2 of them. I've had both the same shoulder replaced. or repaired because one was an injury, and then I re-aggravated it in Carter. So I know, I know shoulder injuries, and I know how they work, and I know how you do them and stuff. And I empathize and sympathize with you because I know the pain involved as well. So let's, Bob, we got a quick break, and we'll take a quick break. We'll come back, and we're gonna, hopefully we'll be able to button this up with Congressman Sonny Bono, and then, we'll just kind of see where the night takes us. But we're talking with our very special guest, Bob Fletcher. Wow. This is, I'm buying DVDs. I got to see this for myself. This is incredible, and I highly recommend, guys, anybody that's listening to the show, you got to get out to Bob's site, and we're going to have links to his DVDs and everything on our site, and you got to see this, because the more eyes, the more we can uncover the truth. But we're going to get back to the truth here in a few minutes with our very special guest, Bob Fletcher.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is right, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and a podcast. I am your host, Jeff Norton. Join us here every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time or on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. If you're joining us for the very first time on YouTube, thank you. Make sure you hit that ever most important button called subscribe. We'd appreciate it very much. If you're listening to us on Facebook Live, please make sure that you share this show with your friends, family, other Facebookers out there. I would appreciate that as well. And if you are a member of the Midnight Listener group, that's midnightlistener.com. I'll tell you, there's perks to being a member. This show here actually is recorded. We had to do it for security reasons because of the nature of the topics that we're talking about on the show. So this is actually a recorded show. But if you were a Midnight Listener, you would have access to the show as it was live. There are perks to being a member. And we do some shows during the day ahead of time, and we do some shows on the weekends. And like I said, if you were a member of the Midnight Listener group, you would have access to these shows as they were happening. You could participate live. There are benefits to being a member and everything. So without haste, I want to get back because I am just intrigued. I don't want to take breaks, but that's how we pay the bills around here. That's how we keep the lights on. But Bob, you have me, man. I don't want to take a break. I just wanted to talk. I can talk with you for hours about this is scary stuff.
Can you hear me?
I can. Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay. I thought I had problems with the phone.
Oh, no.
I didn't mean to interrupt you.
No. No. And you know what? I anticipated that. That's why we're doing what we're doing, right? So they don't know. Because I've had a couple guests on here where I know for a fact we were being messed with. I know for a fact. Well,
they mess with me when I'm producing stuff on my. I actually had an expert came in about a year ago. I was having so much difficulty, and he ran a scan. He said I had been hacked over 2,000 times. What they were doing was just punching in and screwing up my computer.
Yeah.
And dropping off. Well, anyhow, believe it or not, that's amazing.
Well, the nice thing is, like with us, we have Barracuda firewalls, and so coming into the studio. And I have Barracuda, who it's a contract. I have a contract with them, and they manage our firewalls. And they will call me or they'll shoot me a message telling me, they say, "Hey, look, you're getting a denial of service attack. Here's where and then they will stop and they say, "Oh, we can't give you that IP address," and that's code word for it's coming from the government because they have contracts too. But they always, without a doubt. They'll always call me and say, "Yeah, you got a denial of service attack," and they know, and then they'll say it's coming from, and then the guy will say, "Well, I can't read that IP address to you." And well, yeah, so we know they mess with us all the time.
All right. Anyhow, yeah, it was extraordinary. It cost me a fortune last year.
Yeah.
Okay, so moving right along, where were we anyhow?
We were talking about Congressman Bono.
Oh, my shoulder and all that.
Well, we were talking about your shoulder, yeah, but I'm just, oh my goodness, I'm just sitting there going.
Well, let me give the last upshot on that situation. And so at one point in time, now I was at a veterans hospital, and they were military guys, mostly, doctors. Mm-hmm. And at one point early in the when everybody was trying to figure out whatever happened, this is like, and I said, well, some of the work that I do, I said, it's possible. I don't want to talk about it too much because it's, everybody's, oh, he's nuts, paranoid, wacko type thing. And I said, it's possible I was hit with a microwave/laser type of a weapon because I also knew from studying Nikola Tesla stuff, he had actually done a presentation. He did many of them live at like colleges and universities and stuff when he was alive and doing all the electronic stuff. And he used to light himself up and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. And there was literally a one presentation he did where he said, now, I can run this X numbers of voltage through me et cetera, and it won't bother me at all, and it can actually, he would set up receivers from two sides of him and run the power from his left fingers out to his right fingers, off his hands, jumping to these parabolic receivers and all that stuff. And he did this extraordinary, crazy stuff. But he knew what he was doing. But he said in one particular presentation, he said, the only problem is if, in fact, the incoming voltage or wattage or whatever enters your body but exits through a solid mass of the bone like your shoulder, and literally said that. He says it could explode your shoulder.
Oh, absolutely.
I thought that was rather bizarre kind of a thing. But anyhow, so I had mentioned this to the surgeon, one of the surgeons, and he said, "Do you sleep next to a window?" And I said, "Well, a 6x8 sliding glass door that then goes out onto our garden, right next to it." Mm-hmm. And he says, "Was it over?" I said, "Well, no, it's June, so it was open. We didn't have the shades pulled on it at all, any curtains pulled on it." So and he said, "Well, that's easy." So when I went home from the hospital that day, I went back into the bedroom, pulled open the shades, pulled open the curtains, laid down exactly where I was laying, and put my other arm, my right arm up, pointing, because my left arm was immovable, put my right arm up, aiming out from the bed where I was, out through the garden. And I had to call my wife in, and I said, when did the top of our wooden fence get broken off? And she said, "Oh, I don't know. That was all right, a couple of weeks before before the problem." And I said, "Well, let's go out and look at this. Look what we got." And son of a gun, there was the top of a 5-foot fence had been broken off, direct line with, so somebody on the other side of the fence had broken it inward, and it was inward. The piece was laying down there, had broken it inward to give a perfect angular shot through the glass doors to potentially hit me. Then I let all that go for a while. I didn't tell much. I was doing speaking engagements and all of that, and I never brought that up much because I didn't want to get in that, "Oh boy, geez, Fletcher's getting shot with electronic guns. Oh, he's ready for the cage." And until I really kept it very laid back, although I must say it totally changed my lifestyle at that time, because I was doing speaking engagements all over the United States, and I could no longer do it because I couldn't do the travel. Mm-hmm. And so that completely unplugged me, so to speak, from that part of my life, doing the appearances. And I was all over the country at that time, 2-3 times a month. Mm-hmm. But so anyhow, that changed that. But again, bearing in mind, now this is June, working with June 97, working with Sonny. We get the call. Sonny's gone on Christmas holidays. He'll be back. We got this fantastic inquiry, is ready to go. It'll probably be about the 15th of January of 98, in a couple of weeks. And he'll be back, and we'll open it up. Are you going to be there? I said, I'll be there. And that was that. And I was elated.
Yeah.
10 days after that call, I'm watching television, and they said Sonny Bono died on the ski slopes. Now, like you mentioned, and it's funny, for the very first second, I thought, oh my God. And I did, and then my second thought was, he's been hit. There's no accident. He didn't. And like you mentioned earlier, Sonny, by the way, for the people that nobody would know this, Sonny was good enough as a skier to be a professional instructor.
Yes.
That's how good Sonny was on the ski slopes. And so I instantly made calls, and one thing led to another. And I had been working with, as a matter of fact, Sonny's mother, her lawyer, and I contacted her. First, I tried to do it myself. I wanted to get the autopsy, and they were not releasing the autopsy. Nobody could get it. Then I contacted my friend, a lawyer for Sonny's mother, and she said Sonny's mother was not able to get it. And I said, "Oh, wait a minute. Well, So finally, it took me a long time, but finally, I did get a complete copy of Sonny's autopsy, and basically, and now I have. I'm going to let everybody know how to get all these, but I have one entire DVD that I did on Sonny's murder that explains the whole thing, shows the autopsy and everything else. The autopsy is outrageous because on the first page of the autopsy, it should have been enough to red flag that he had been murdered, or at least that there was something strange about his death. They claimed he had hit a tree head on, and he was in a 20 to 30 feet or more off of the ski path. Mm-hmm. He was in the tree line, inside the tree line. Now, they claimed he had hit it about 35 miles an hour head on a tree, and had caused terrible brain damage, and he was dead. Okay? I've gotten live footage of the location where it was done with the blood still in the snow and all the rest of that. It's completely garbage. Sonny, first off, he had no injuries to his hands, which means he did not put his hands up in front of his face when he was about to have his head go directly at 30 miles an hour into a tree.
Or put his hands out.
No, he did not try to protect himself.
Yeah.
Now, that's an instinct.
Oh, absolutely.
It's not something that you have to plan or think about or be trained to do. It's an instinct. If I throw a ball at your face, you're not going to just stand there and watch it come.
Correct.
All right. End of story. Then it goes on and on and on. I like to say the complete thing on it, but the autopsy describes his wounds, which was on the right side of his head, right side of his frontal forehead. The wounds, the two primary wounds, which happened coincidentally to be the exact same shape. They're concave into his head, the same shape and size of the barrel of a .45 pistol. He had been pistol whipped to death. He had been hit probably only twice, probably by a left-handed person, because it was on the right side of his face, his head, up on his head. That's where the blood was. That's where the only wounds were. Only wounds were. In the first paragraph, it indicates in the autopsy that in the progress of undressing him, that he had 4 shirts on. He had a jacket on, first off, a ski jacket. Then he had a shirt under that. Then he had another shirt, and then he had an undershirt. And, typical layering for doing a ski up in the top of a very cold mountain. The first paragraph says that all 4 of the shirts and the jacket included were soaked through with blood on the back. He had no injuries on his back, and certainly not enough injury on his back to have soaked through 4 layers of clothing. All right? Now, so the obvious thought is, well, gee, how did that get on her? Then they say, well, they had transfer of blood maybe when they were... No. Soaked through. What that was, more than likely, is he was hit by 2 guys. I think he had scheduled to rendezvous with somebody that nobody knew about, probably to supply him with some inside information to add to the investigations we'd been doing for 9 months. All right? Maybe give him some documentation or whatever the heck it would have been. That would have worked. And so Sonny had rendezvoused with somebody at the point of the ski slope. 2 guys. One guy grabbed him from the back, held his arms back, and the other guy hit him a couple of times in the front of his forehead and killed him. They then dragged him up to the tree and put him up with one arm up around the tree, which also was incongruent. You would not have your one arm up around the tree like you were hugging it, so to speak. And again, no injuries on his hands or arms at all. And here's another one of the major points, and then this is the technical part of the autopsy. Absolutely zero damage to his neck. Internally, etc., nothing. No damage whatsoever to his neck. He hits a pole, or he hits a tree at 35 miles an hour, bad enough to kill him. Doesn't put his hands up to protect himself. Instead, he puts his arm up around to hug the tree, and ski poles still fastened to his hands. Both his skis still on his feet. And by the way, there was a 12-inch diameter tree in front of, laying down, broken down on the ground, what he would actually have hit prior to hitting the tree. It was almost a physical impossibility to hit the standing tree where he was. And then it goes on and on. There's all kinds of other things.
All right. So I'm going to ask some questions here because I think this is critical.
Go ahead.
When no one saw Sonny hit this tree.
No.
When was it that he was out skiing? Was it early in the morning, late at night?
It was in It was in the morning, and they didn't look for him for about 8 hours.
So they didn't look. Okay.
His wife did not report him missing for about 8 hours.
And so and then they found him off the main ski course.
Off the way deep inside the tree line, what they call the tree line.
Mm-hmm.
Again, the big point about that is that it's impossible to get any high speed in the tree line because you I'm a skier because they don't. That's not plowed. It's not plowed. And when you look at the videos that I got of where it happened and everything, right away you said, "Nah, get out of here."
You can't go 30, because you're. I mean, you got trees and stuff, and then that was going to be my. See, so from the way I'm reading, I'm listening to what you're saying, and the way I'm looking at it is, I think he was actually murdered somewhere else. And
no, it would have been too much to unless they. No, in order to do that, in other words, to transport, let's say. No, here's what happened. He had told his wife, they were up at the top of the hill.
Okay.
He told his wife, and he had, matter of fact, one or two of his kids with him. He told his wife, I'm going to go on by myself, and I'll meet you down at the bottom. See?
Okay.
So that was that. So then he just took off. This is where I said and he did. He took off. And he saw him going on down, started down the hill. See? All right. And going on down the hill, halfway down, 2/3 or whatever it was where he was found. When they did find him, it wasn't until like 4 o'clock. It was starting to get dark, actually, at the time, by the time they found him. She had waited a long time, about 8 hours or something like that, before even reporting it, that he had not made it back down to the chalet, down to the restaurant or where it was he was supposed to meet her. I think that he had prearranged and said, "Hey, all right, I'll meet you. I don't want anybody to see anything. And I'll meet you at this X amount down, this certain part of the hill. I'll meet you down there. Give me what you got me and what you have for me, and then we can part ways and blah blah blah." That's my assumption. Okay, but in terms of medical. Again, going over it so terribly specific, talking about, and the only place where snow and debris was found on the body was in his collar. That's when they dragged him.
When they dragged him, yeah.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, I contacted, and as a matter of fact, I also contacted the guy that had done the Kennedy shooting stuff, the autopsy expert.
Okay.
I contacted him and sent him all of my information, and he said, "I think you're right on," and he wanted to get into a little more stuff, but and whatever that was not available. Nothing's been made available. The sheriff down there is the coroner. Now, the sheriff is not the medical guy that does it, but he is the official coroner. And I've talked and so communicated, and he's written back to me, et cetera, relative to it. He's been the sheriff for about 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
and it's also an area there where they said that if you drained, let me put it this way, police corruption is rather profuse, and they said, somebody told me down there, if they ever drained the lake there at Reno or Tahoe, they'd had so many skeletons down there it looked like a burial from the ancient days.
Which
at the bottom of the lake there.
The fact that you said the sheriff is the coroner, that's kind of unusual because
that's why I mentioned it. That's why I mentioned it. And he's still in there, and he has not cooperated with me at all.
Because
I might also add that his wife was totally non-cooperative, and of course took over his position as a congresswoman.
Yeah.
Read my lips. Okay. And they were about to, Sonny was about to file divorce papers on her, according to his mother.
Oh.
That was pending. And the very short period of time after Sonny was put in the ground, his home was sold for multi-millions, and insurance was taken care of. And his stuff was, she ordered up a huge dumpster, the big box dumpsters that they drop off at a place where it's like a construction site kind of thing.
Yeah. And
she took everything that was his and threw it in the dumpster.
Not a typical grieving widow.
Not what you call your normal grieving.
Yeah. That's. Yeah. And
okay.
I did want to circle back to the sheriff, because what I find the sheriff being a coroner, that is so unusual, because did you know that the coroner is the only person that can arrest a sheriff? Because a coroner is elected as well.
Chances of that's going to be difficult.
I know, but what I'm saying is that, when a sheriff is corrupt, the coroner is the only person who has the legal authority to arrest a sheriff in a corruption case. It has to go, the coroner's the guy that does it because of the way the constitutions are set up and stuff, because an elected official, sheriff is elected, a coroner is also an elected official, and he's the next in line. So, but he also the coroner has the ability to make, to charge or to charge someone with a crime. But it's just strange that you have your sheriff is also the coroner. So the sheriff is he's insulated. There's no one of legal authority that can challenge him except the coroner. And if you're the coroner, okay, who's going to challenge you? There's no one legally that can challenge you.
A couple of other strange things, and then we'll move on.
Sure.
His hat was missing, and his glasses were missing, and a couple other things. One piece of jewelry was missing. The hat, you see, the hat was a big deal. I mean, it's just not listed on the inventory. See, and the hat would have been a big deal in this case, because it simply would have showed, is there deeply embedded, there was no tree fibers or anything of that sort in any of the wounds whatsoever. All right. So, but then you say, oh, well, that's logical, because he was wearing a knit hat. Well, the knit hat's disappeared.
Well, where's the knit hat? Yeah.
Yeah. And probably, and again, this is, I suppose I shouldn't even say this, it's just a wild assumption, but what happened was that when Sonny was grabbed by, let's say, the actor number one, he grabbed him and held his arms back. All right, typical thing. Sonny would have struggled, and the guy got a bloody nose. See, that's where all that blood flow was that soaked through the jacket and the shirts and everything. Now, they're all long gone, so there's no testing on that. End of story for that idea. I'm thinking that when this happened, struggle, boom, the guy gets a bloody nose, he bleeds on the back, and Sonny gets hit 1, 2, smacked a couple of times. It literally describes, in dimensional and everything, the indented in the skull. You don't get two individual indentions the size of the barrel of a .45 pistol, or even any type of pistol like that, from a 19-inch circular tree. Okay.
That's true.
But so the next thing obviously would be, let's look at his hat to see about the tree residue, because if it was tree residue on it, obviously it would have to really be embedded pretty seriously.
Correct.
To have him that kind of indented in his head.
Yep.
But the hat's gone. It's a knit hat, and his glasses were also gone.
Sure.
That may actually never have been even broken. See, they may have just been knocked off.
The physical evidence. That's
but
wow. Wow, Bob, we unfortunately got to take a break here, pay some bills. Are you okay to go another segment?
I'm rocking and rolling.
You're rocking and rolling. All right, man. I'm caught up. You got me. I'm
right.
I'm definitely I'll be ordering Sandy, I've already told her to get the credit card out. We're going to be ordering these DVDs because these things are just fascinating. But we're going to take a quick break. We're going to talk with our very good friend, Bob Fletcher. Wow. It is never what it seems. No wonder most Americans don't believe or trust this government. It's just utterly amazing. See, these are the things that you don't hear. This is why it's so important that you support non-mainstream media outlets such as ourselves. But we're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back with our very good friend, Bob Fletcher, and we're just going to roll on in through the night.
Ah
Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
Yes, it is, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast. I'm your host, Jeff Norton, from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. You can listen to us live every weeknight or on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. For all of you smartphone users out there, you can download the Midnight Ocean app either on your iPhone or on your Android device and get past shows and also live shows as they happen. Recommend that. That's actually a great feature. I wish there was a way. I have to get with my developers to see if there's a way that we can embed the video on there, because we're going to be doing some really cool things starting the first of the year, where we're going to have a full studio cam setup in which we'll have multiple cams, multiple angles, all of that stuff that I adjust myself as we go along into the evening. I hope you guys are. I'm kind of torn with this conversation because it is entertaining, but I don't want to be entertained with this. This is sad. This is sad in so many ways. And the fact that we're seeing our republic fall apart at our very eyes. We're seeing murder and mayhem, and we're seeing good, honest Americans who are there to fight for us losing their lives. So I'm torn, and I hope you are too. We shouldn't view this as entertainment, not at all. As we go back to our very special guest, Bob Fletcher. Bob, all right, we're back. Yeah, I love, this is incredible stuff. I've never heard this before, and I know most of my listeners have never heard this either, what you're telling us now. I mean, we hear rumblings and everything, but this is all news to me. And it's, I'm entertained, but I feel guilty for being entertained because, Congressman Bono, he was looking out for us and he paid the price. Here's the big deal with Sonny was that, he could not be bought. Yeah.
He couldn't be bought. He didn't need the money. He didn't, he wasn't, and he was really a staunch American. Mm-hmm. I mean, like I said, he became, because things that I've known, only because of being plopped in the middle of these things, these investigations so many times, so many types, and so many people, although they're a small group, really. See, that's really spooky, too. The same names that I dealt with and was concerned with, and they're the people that were training them and working with them, under them, trainees, if you will, and what have you, as the other guys grew older and kind of slowly faded away, the people that they were supporting and holding hands and training them to carry on, I've carried it on, and it's a hand-me-down, and like in the Bush family, which is the most corrupted bunch of slugs I could ever imagine. Oh, yeah. And you go back in this family, you find out that I think it was the grandfather of Bush.
Well, Prescott Bush was Hitler's. He was Hitler's banker. Was
the banker, the United States banker for Hitler and the Nazi program.
Yeah. Yeah.
He literally was shut down, surprisingly enough, by Herbert Hoover, who was pretty criminal. Yeah. But he shut down the bank that the Bush family was co-owners of. Yeah. And got upset with Hoover. Said, "What are you doing? You can't cut. You see who I am. You can't do this to us." And he said, "You're Nazi. You're Adolf Hitler's banker. I do, and I am shutting you down." See, a lot of people don't know that.
Yeah.
See, you go back, and they still are Nazis. I mean, it's skull and bones, and all that stuff. The sad point is, after doing this for 30 years and starting out as an average American, naive, believing everything. I was in the U.S. Coast Guard during the war. I enlisted and all of that stuff, and did it for totally gun-ho, God bless America reasons. America is as corrupted as the Soviet Union. Oh. Period. End of story. End of story.
I agree. I went on a rant. I went on a rant last night saying the only thing America produces these days is war. I mean,
absolutely.
That's the only thing that we truly have a lock on the rest of the world over is war. We produce war very well, and that unfortunately, and that's the reason why I used to do a political podcast and very successful. And I had to get out of it because we were always doing this, but I wanted to get you on the show because I want people to wake up. You have firsthand knowledge. You have the credentials. You have the bona fides, as they would say. Anybody can Google you, look you up, and know that everything that you're saying is truth. The problem is no one's saying it. No one's getting it out there. And that's why I thought it was so important to bring you onto the show, because we need to start dealing with, there's so much misinformation out there that makes people who want to get the truth out sound and look like nut jobs, right? But your story and your experience, because I also know, and we're going to talk about it off the air, but I also know because I had some experiences. You talk about Nashville and your buddy with Vista. I had some experiences when I was first starting up in the computer business in Nashville, Tennessee. I shared a not an office suite, but we were in the same office with a gentleman, and I know for a fact that him and your partner at Vista ran together, and that guy scared me. He would pull me in. He had a one-room office. It was just him. And I kid you not, I would sit there and listen to him. Great business guy. And here I am, a young buck getting into the software business. And he was somewhat of a mentor towards me until I'm sitting there overhearing him talking about shipping, F-15 and F-16 parts, all on wings. He was looking for wings for airplane parts.
He might even been directly connected with Gary Best.
Oh, I know he is. And we're going to talk offline about that.
That's fine, because Gary Best was he owned in Marysville, Tennessee.
Yep. And
his home, he bought the golf club there and lived in the golf club. The mansion. In the mansion.
Yeah, no, I'm going to give you his name after we get off the air.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because he was a mentor, but he's scared. I mean, I'm sitting in there talking about, hey, I got this deal. This company wants to buy this product, because at that time I was writing encryption software. So I was dealing with encryption stuff and algorithms. I'm like, what should I do? Should I save it? Can I sell it to this company because they're overseas? And this gentleman was like, he goes, I can sell it for you if you want to. And I'm like, how do you do it? He's like, don't ask. And so we would go back and forth for, I mean, the guy was a savvy businessman, but like I said, what I thought was odd is he's in this building at Cummins Station. I'll tell you the building. It's Cummins Station in downtown Nashville. It was my first office building. And this guy had, it was a lot of music people. So these offices were real plush and everything, real visually appealing. His office, you walk in, it was a door, and the door didn't have glass. You open the door up. Well, first you get buzzed in. You walk into the door and his office was sitting right there. And that's all it was. It was just him. Yeah. But yet he had like 5-6 phones. And
that's all they need. Right?
Exactly. He had phones. And I'll tell you, after 9/11, because at that time I was in Chicago, I moved to Chicago. When 9/11 happened, the first person, because I knew this guy was on the inside, I called him immediately. And I'm like, hey, should I be concerned? And he was like, get out of Chicago if you're in downtown Chicago. And I was like, why? And he's like, because there's an airplane reported coming towards Sears Tower. Now, naturally, that never happened. However, I didn't know this until I did the research. A lot of Americans don't know this. They actually arrested I think there was 11 other planes that they took people off of.
I'll tell you what. I've been working for almost 2 years on the DVD that I will be able to put out here pretty soon. That covers that completely and explains how it was done, who did it, and internal insight into that nobody's ever put together.
Wow.
First off, the real sad part is that it was not done, that Osama bin Laden had nothing to do with it whatsoever. And the plans for the in-depth national security retaliatory plans by the Joint Chiefs of Staff was on George Bush's desk about 3 weeks before the hit.
Yeah. No,
before the hit.
I see. I like I said,
and by the way, all of the assumptions that have been put out relative to multiple explosives and all the rest of that, it's got nothing to do with it. It wasn't. Yeah. And that's all I'm going to say. But the rest of it we'll talk later. After we'll talk. I'll be back on your program.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, for another. Yeah, I want to give a whole topic that. But I did find it strange. You talk about 9/11, is that you did have a president in the White House during 9/11. It was Bush Sr. He was there. Him and Dick Cheney were actually there together. So you had a former director of the CIA sitting in the White House. And a former president. You have a
listen. The conflict. I'll tell you what. Let me just make. Let me ask you.
Sure.
How do I say this without being? I don't want to be impolite.
No. Say it.
Everything that you think that you knew about it is probably wrong. And even if you had, potentially in-depth information coming from somebody or anything like that, reserve all of that conversation until you can get it, because it's and see the numbers of things that were set up on this beforehand, before the 9/11, by high-level military and executive-level people. It's overwhelming, and when you see it all, you go, "Oh my God!" And let me just say one thing that nobody's talked about at all. I mean, because nobody knew, so to speak. The jets that were scrambled, the emergency jets that were scrambled, leaped into action, except they were only about a damn 40 minutes late, so to speak. And all that. None of them had armed weapons on board. None of them were armed.
See, I don't doubt that at all.
Yeah, but wait a minute. Whoa. I mean, do you think anybody that's out there listening would ever even imagine that? No. That the highest level jets that theoretically are to protect the White House are not armed?
Yeah,
I mean, whoa, hey. And by the way, the person that I have on my tape, just 2 minutes is all it is, of a huge tape, matter of fact, huge DVD, is a pilot of the jet.
So
they were obligated, if they caught one, to kamikaze hit them.
Wow.
In the air. End of story. How screwed up is that?
Think
about it. You want to lose sleep about that one.
Yeah, no, that's
that's mind-blowing.
That's a whole nother.
Holy mackerel!
We'll do another show.
Yes,
but
let me just say.
I do want to circle back. I do want to circle back, and I know that let's talk about the relationship and what the relationship, because we touched on it here, between President Bush 1 and President Clinton in Arkansas, because let's talk about President Clinton and what he was doing, because I think it's so important. And then also let's talk about the fact and what you know of and what you've uncovered, if you have uncovered anything. I keep on telling friends and family this: 186 associates in one way or the other have died around the Clintons since their reign of terror. I want to call it reign of terror.
Probably.
And you talk about you had the Commerce Secretary. I'm including the passengers of the airplane that he was on as well in that list.
Absolutely.
So that's why the number's so high. But I think really, I last count it was something like 60 something associates of the Clintons. I just like you said, I think that they had strong ties to the CIA with what you've uncovered doing the Iran-Contra. I think they just learned how to do wet work, or they learned how to go get people that can do wet work for them.
Have you ever heard of Larry Nichols?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And Larry is, that was his job for Bill Clinton as governor, to eliminate people. One of his jobs.
What?
He was running this fraudulent Arkansas government assistance, for expansion of businesses or something like that, that was part of his job. And he talks about it right now. He's an older guy like I am now. He and I used to speak on the road. We did presentations together, along with everybody else. As a matter of fact, I've met all of the been involved, co-host with several of the guys, and a good few of them, are gone now. All right, so here.
Wait a minute. I want to clarify something. I didn't know. I thought you were talking about Terry Nichols, the gentleman that was in part of the Oklahoma bombing.
No, Larry.
Yeah, I don't know anything about Larry Nichols.
Look him up on your computer.
I'm looking at him right now.
Look up. Let's see. It's
Larry Nichols.
If you go on computer, you go Larry Nichols.
He says
Bill Clinton.
I'm looking right. It says I was a hitman for Bill and Hillary. Now, how in the heck can a guy come out and basically confess that he's murdered people for someone? And especially the president of the United States. And number one, his butt's not sitting in some jail somewhere.
No. Okay, but stop and think about it. All right. If he says that, okay. And then your question is, how come that? What happens if they arrest him?
Well, no.
They have to go. Wait a minute. Listen up now. Excuse me. I didn't being impolite. Didn't mean to do that.
No, they have to run a case.
Listen up. Here's what happens. He's going to go to trial, right?
Yeah, and the truth will come out.
Uh-oh. Now you answered your question.
But why didn't someone civilly come after him?
Huh?
Why
no. Same thing. Same case. Oh. In other words, and that's the problem. I had one case with a guy where Senator Kerry, who's now the Secretary of State.
Yeah.
I had fed his people an awful lot of information back in the old days, so to speak, and I got a call from a lady who was. She said, "I'm prosecuting." She was a lawyer. She says, there's a guy, I'm trying to think of his name, Terry Reid. And she says, in Missouri or someplace, I don't know where the heck she was, I don't remember. And she said, Senator Kerry told me to call you. I'm a lawyer representing a guy named Terry Reid who had had an aircraft used by Oliver North.
Mm-hmm.
And he's being charged by the government here locally.
Yep.
He's being charged with insurance fraud because after he filed because it was stolen from his hangar, it was returned in about 60 days to his hangar, and they're going after him for insurance fraud. And she says, Senator John Kerry told me to call you and that you would get it straight and would help me out. Because he's telling me that all these big shots, including Bill Clinton and all, were involved with, and Oliver North, that these people were all involved with criminal acts, and I don't believe it. That's crazy. Okay. And I said, okay, well, I think I was in Atlanta at that time. I said, Orlando. So it was, and I said, fly on into Orlando, and I will supply you with paperwork, and I will tell you how to terminate the problem you have, because Terry Reid is telling you the truth. I knew Terry and had already spoken to him. He had called me for help. I had so many people call me, assuming I could help. In some cases I could, and in Terry's case I could. So she flew into Orlando, and I said, all right, so explain to me real quick what's going on. She says, well, like I said, he had that plane, and she said that it was lent out, but then or he was going to lend it out to Oliver North and some people out of the White House to do flights for drugs. And she says, I can't imagine that. And I said, oh, well, okay. And she said, but then the plane showed up again, and he had already collected full payment on a stolen plane because
Yeah.
Put it in as stolen.
Yeah.
And okay. And I said, all right, here's what you do. I said, you go, and I gave her paperwork, and which included, by the way, I was the first person in the United States that got their hands on Oliver North's handwritten notebook, personal notebook, out of his top pocket, and the inside emails where he actually said, we got to meet with so-and-so and supply a plane to pick up 1,500 kilos of MASH. All right? Handwritten notes. All right? And this is the stuff that really lit the fire, because I took it up and handed it to the chief legal counsel for the House Foreign Affairs Committee and said, here, gasp on these, because everything they had seen was blacked out. And I had everything before they were blacked out, not redacted. And I'm talking about like 100 pages of computer stuff, by these guys talking about what they were doing. You talk about mind-blowing stuff. Okay, so I gave this lady stuff. I said, here you go. See this? This is Oliver North's handwritten stuff. Here's this. I said, here's all you do. When you go back, you explain to them Mr. Terry Reid's story about obligating to lend them, the government agents, airplanes to do whatever they were going to do. And then they brought it back, and they stiffed him on this thing and makes him look like a criminal. He's not a criminal.
Yeah.
And that's what I said. Now, and these three names, and I just pointed to the names, and I said, you subpoena for his case depositions from Oliver North. And then I went on down a couple other, I don't remember which ones there were, but I named a couple others besides Ollie. And I said, you do subpoenas in the courtroom for that and see what happens. And she said, okay. She took it back, prepared her case, handed it over to the judge, and he says, we're going to pass on this. Let Mr. Reid out of jail. Done deal. See, and it goes back to what you were saying with Larry Nichols, and that is that they can't do that. You can't bring these people in when they've got covert top secret stamp stuff they're doing, and it overflows into the public citizen area like they did, Gary Best did with me. See, I never could go anyplace. I couldn't go to court because it was, like this, they classified my toy factory as a national security threat.
You're a little fuzzy, which I'm telling you, I probably have one of them.
See, see what I'm saying? End of story. You can't take these guys in for depositions because it'll open a can of worms. It'll spill all over the desk. So they can't do that. So end of story. The lady called me back in about a week. She says, oh, thank God. Thank you very much. She says, they just threw everything out and said, forget it. We're not even going to talk about it. I said, son of a gun. How about that?
Wow.
Anyhow. And that was funny because that was Senator Kerry had turned her to me,
and of course, Kerry has all this information indirectly.
Well, and of course the other. See, he knew all of my stuff, you see, but that was the point. And he knew that I would just show it to her, and that would be the end of it. At the cost of one airplane trip and a hotel room for a day for herself, and then flew back home. And that was that. And that's all it cost. But it saved his butt, because it basically just looked like he had committed insurance fraud.
Well, absolutely. But if I was working, I don't know. Well, if I had an airplane and I knew it was going to be used in a criminal activity and I was part of the gang, right? And I wasn't the criminal, I would naturally try to disassociate myself from the tail number as quick as possible.
Well, whatever. There's just a lot of stuff, little things that went on behind that and everything. But sometimes these guys, again, they use blackmail like crazy in Washington for everything. Yeah, the reason that nothing ever happens with these congressional and Senate inquiries, that all of those people are criminals, for crying out loud. Yeah. All of them have something bad that if they don't help to shut down Project A, if they don't help to bypass any prosecution on something, they're going to get prosecuted for something. So they even have regular guys. I have one guy told me that, as a matter of fact, legal counsel for the House Foreign Affairs during the Contra thing told me, he said, if Lee Hamilton from Indiana gets brought in on a committee, it's a whitewash. He's going to cover it, shut it down. And that's happened every single time, and the guy told me right out in front. And he says that's what's going to happen. I brought information in that would have impeached 2 presidents one time, and it was the October surprise information, 1980, the Ronald Reagan, Bill Casey, Vice President George Bush running against Jimmy Carter, and how they stole the election in 1980. And I took in the information. It would have gotten a whole bunch of them impeached or arrested because this was not until 9 years later. And the guy that I took it to, he said, again, it was extremely high level at the inquiry. And he says, I'm going to take this. He says, and I'll put it in. I'm going to present this, And he says, I'm looking at it. I see what it is. He said, I don't know what they're going to do with it, but that the people that are involved with this inquiry, nothing's going to happen. And I said, I understand, probably, but do what you got to do. So when they finished the investigation, which was in 1989, a congressional inquiry on the 1980 election, the 75 pages I supplied them were included in the report as classified blank pages. So I mean, it's just again, like I have to repeat it. Our government, the whole thing, is as corrupt as the USSR. Period. End of story. There's nothing other than to say that we are as bad as the Russian Soviet Union.
And you can't do anything about it because
nobody can.
They stamp it national security, or they put a bullet.
End of story. End of story. National security.
Yeah, I do want to talk about, and then we'll wrap it because this kind of goes along. Gary Best, Oklahoma City bombing. How does Gary tie into that, and why?
How does he tie into that? 1992, Gary Best went to Russia. He went to Azerbaijan under a contract with the Soviet Union. Well, there's broken up Soviet Union with Russia. Who was it? Yeltsin, I think, if I remember correctly. He went to Azerbaijan to train mercenaries between Azerbaijan and Armenia. They were having a war. Mm-hmm. All right. He supplied weapons and training to both sides. He was functioning also, I must say, as a double agent, both for Russia and the United States of America. Now, whether they both knew or either knew or neither knew, I don't know. But that's what he was doing. And he was there in 1992, 93, 94. He stole $13 million of oil equipment. He stole an entire oil company from a guy named Ponder in Texas. Ponder Oil Company. This old fella that had his business for a long, long time, drilling equipment, all that, dismantled it and shipped it into Azerbaijan, the Russians, where he was assisting the Russians to regenerate their ancient oil fields. Or this was part of it, anyhow. So he was being paid multi-millions in oil. He was being paid $10 million a month to train mercenaries in Azerbaijan. He was supplying them both with weapons and including equipment, which included, I think it was the Armenians got like 15,000 bulletproof vests without the inserts, which is a bulletproof vest. It's like wearing a suit coat.
Yeah, without the ceramic.
Right, without the ceramic internals means that it does not stop bullets.
Yeah.
So they didn't understand how come all their guys were dying with their bulletproof vests in Armenia. Anyhow, that's the kind of stuff this guy does. He's stolen money from everybody. He stiffed his lawyer in Atlanta that drew up our contracts for $35,000. He stiffed the little guy that had a chain of stores like the 7-Eleven stores out of Atlanta called Munford. he stiffed him out of $80,000. I was watching him do that. I was sitting there watching him. He's telling me how he was taking this guy for $80,000. And here's the thing: nobody can touch him. See, because as long as they link it from a legal point of view, as long as they link it to some covert, legitimate, or whether any covert operation is ever really legitimate, I don't know. But as long as they can link it to a government operation considered to be secret or top secret, these guys can't be touched with a 50-foot pole. Mm. You got little guys that worked for the CIA for 20, 30 years that have $47 million in the bank. You know, their payment, their salary used to be 65, 80, 70,000. And all of a sudden they got 150 acres and race horses, you know, and stuff like, you know. And what are we talking
but how
about?
how did that?
So now let me get to the Oklahoma thing.
Yeah,
I'm just telling you the time frame. He was over there. So he's periodically in 94 or coming into 95, 94, that period of time. That was when the Oklahoma thing took place. He in the middle of doing this unbelievable stuff with, you know, supplying war, both sides of the war and all this kind of stuff, and meeting with the Russian premier and all the rest of that. He hopped on an airplane and he flies into Oklahoma City 60 days before the bombing, and he buys a hamburger factory, a place called Harris Meat. He bought a meat processing company.
Harris Meat got in trouble for the tainted meat.
Well, okay, I don't know about
tainted just meat, recently. Yep.
Recently. That's beside the point.
Yeah, just recently.
That was probably dirty money that got made it infected. Anyhow, so Gary goes. He buys the Harris Meat Factory. He doesn't know his whatever from Harris from meat.
Yeah.
You know, nothing. What's he know? He knows about burgers and when he eats one. All right. So then he disappears. You know, jumps back on a plane, goes back to Azerbaijan for a few weeks or whatever, flies back again. So he flies in and out a couple times. The neat thing is that he took the governor of Oklahoma for $75,000. He screws everybody. See, took them for $75,000 on a loan, a corporate loan to assist in rebuilding the meat factory or whatever, and it's on one of these Oklahoma state financial assistance programs, you know, for bringing in businesses and stuff. Now, how much the governor of Oklahoma knew, Governor Keating, how much he knew about what was going on, I don't know. But anyhow, Gary Best had supplied C4 explosives and timers to the Nicaraguan Contras while I was there. Okay? All right. So, and by the way, he was using the watches I told you about. Those were the timing devices that he was selling, you know, blah, blah, blah. If you had them, you might as well use them, right? Okay, so here's what happens. The meat factory is 1 mile from the Murrah building.
Okay.
A couple of weeks later, boom, there it goes. You got all that crap, got all this Oklahoma bombing thing and everything, all that stuff. The day, 1 year, and these guys do these funny things with dates and numbers and ceremonial crap. They have this funny stuff about it. 1 year, on April 19th, the following year, which is the day of the Oklahoma bombing, Gary Best files bankruptcy on the Harris Meat Company. It's because he never did anything with it. I mean, he had no intention to do anything. It was like my toy factory. See?
Yeah, it was a shit.
He never had anything to do with it.
Yep.
It was a reason to be there. You got to have a reason. Why did he fly in, interrupt this Russian covert military training, for crying out loud, and all the rest of that stuff, and supplying of weapons to the tune of $10 million a month? Why would he run away from that 3 or 4 times and just buy a meat factory for nothing? Because it was a reason to be there. Now, it's also a good possibility that the one strange foreigner that they were trying to locate, people had seen, and they had sketch of him out and all that stuff, and they were looking for him for a year or so.
Yeah.
That was probably one of his employees brought over from Azerbaijan.
Yeah, guy number 3. I think there was a, wasn't there?
Remember that? Yeah.
Oh, there's an Oklahoma.
They described him as looking like he was maybe Hispanic, or they said he's probably Azerbaijan.
Yeah.
All right. So anyhow, no, I don't know about that, but Gary Best was involved directly with it in one manner or another, and that's the reason. And so now here's what happens: I see a newspaper. Somebody sends me a newspaper from Oklahoma about a year after the event or whenever it was, and said that there's a lot of strange questions about Harris Meat Company, and that they were filing a bankruptcy, and they were having problems because the everybody. See, what they did, what the governor's relationship, not only did he assist in giving him $75,000, which, by the way, he didn't need, but he, if you offer it to him, he'll take it. $75,000 signed off by the governor was part of the bankruptcy. The state's not going to get their $75,000 back. Okay, and by the way, that's like lunch money for this guy. But anyhow, but everybody. Because the governor got involved with it, with this wonderful guy named Gary Best that came in and built or bought this decaying meat company, okay, and was going to bring in 300 employees and all that stuff. See, that was so wonderful that everybody in Oklahoma that had an extra buck invested and bought stocks in the company. Okay, and of course all of that, and for equipment and stuff. Of course, all that money is going down. The first people to go down, or the first thing goes down the drain are these, poor little investors. So they're going to lose all their money. The state of Oklahoma is losing $75,000 that they lent to me, and what the claim of the property, the legal claim in court, which was written up in the story, was that there was a company in Azerbaijan, an oil company, that actually was the lien holder on the equipment bought by Gary Best. Well, nobody knows. Who would ever imagine that this guy, by the way, Gary Best looks like a Baptist preacher. You wouldn't think anything scurrilous about this guy. If you met him, you'd never even believe him. You would just think he was the Reverend somebody. Anyhow, here's what happens. He's going to the bankruptcy court, and he's about to win the bankruptcy court, but nobody knows that he owns a company. The company's called Mega Oil in Azerbaijan and lent the money. All right? Nobody knows that's Gary Best. So when I get this newspaper copy that somebody just recognized the name and said, "Hey, Bob, is this the jerk that you dealt with?" And I realized it was, because I already knew that he was, there in Oklahoma before the bombing and left afterwards. Anyhow, so I say, I picked up the phone, and because in the paper it says the name of the judge and the lawyer that's handling the bankruptcy. Mm-hmm. And I called him and I said, "I'm going to send you some information," etc. I said, "But I'm just going to tell you on the telephone, and that Mega Oil is in fact Gary Best out of Azerbaijan, and I can prove it because he's been written up. They've been trying to run him out of the country, for crying out loud, for 7 months, and can't do it." Anyhow, so I sent the information over, and the judge just went over it real quick, and just said, "This guy's committing fraud." See?
Yeah, because he didn't put it on.
You can't. Yeah, you can't make like the $5 million in equipment. All the money that's derived from the sale of the equipment and the property, $5 million or something like that, was going to go to this lender who had first dibs because it was the financial support.
In which he owned.
And lo and behold, he owns it. See, now you can't do that crap. Okay. And nobody knew that. I thought that lawyer, I think I heard him fall off his chair while I was talking to him.
Yeah, I'm going to declare bankruptcy, but I owe me, so I'm going to get all my assets.
Yeah, I owe me all this money, and even the state of the state of Oklahoma is going to get screwed to the tune of $75,000. So anyhow, end of story. That was that. They threw him out of court with that, and he just went back and I guess shot some Russians or something.
But I don't understand how that ties. I mean, the fact that he's there is suspicious.
Because the only thing he does, it's like saying. It's like having a serial killer move into a little town, and all of a sudden there's 10 dead people on the same weekend.
Yeah, but he didn't kill. I mean, someone else killed. I guess my question is that obviously, I mean, it's kind of like the building. It's building 7. If I knew it was going to happen.
No. Here's the point. There were several people that said they saw people go in there ahead of time in the basement with stuff that looked like C4 plastic and wires. I mean, they have that. Those were witnesses. They didn't know who they saw, what they saw, or where they saw it. You follow me?
Yeah.
But it was in the basement of the Oklahoma building, the Murrah building.
Yeah.
And the thing, and it was C4. I was totally involved with that, with General Parton, the military guy that did the bomb analysis and all that. I was totally in with that. I have a one DVD that's about the Oklahoma bombing that doesn't even include Gary because that came later on. But he just fit right into the puzzle. It's like, where would they get who it was? Who was it that went downstairs underneath and with wires for a day or two and a whole bunch of stuff that looked like putty?
Yep.
All right, and wired it. And who would have the skill and the knowledge? Who could do it? Who could put the timers in? Who could supply the C4? And you say, gee, it would have to be somebody who was in that business.
Yeah.
And you say, well, do we know anything about anybody like that? And he said, well, we got Gary Best, and that's what he did for the Nicaraguan Contras, and he was doing it, and he does it, and he's doing it today, training people in Azerbaijan.
Yeah.
Well, he taught yesterday. He was in Azerbaijan training guys on how to blow up buildings with C4 and kill people. Now he's over here.
But why did the government? I mean, I understand the towers, 9/11. Why did the government? Were they hoping that it would start a war? No.
Why
did they blow up the Merrill building?
They were hoping it would do what they finally did with the towers.
Okay.
All right. And what was that?
Oh yeah,
Homeland Security. Homeland Security.
Gotcha.
End of story. End of story. They hadn't been able to pass anything. That's a total dictatorial thing. They can arrest you, not even tell your family where you are, or when you are,
I know.
and you're out of here because they stamped the thing on your forehead that said terrorist.
Yep. No, I know.
You're out of here.
Yeah.
That was the whole thing. It's the world government, one world government, new world order, quote unquote, George Bush.
Okay.
All right. It's a new world, one world government.
Because that was
which requires Homeland Security, the omnibus bill that permits tapping your telephones, listening to everybody, and doing all of that stuff. It is legal today in the United States to do anything they want.
Yeah, they can yank you, and they make it perfectly clear to you that they can yank you out in the middle of the night, and you can go away, and there is no habeas corpus.
End of story.
Yeah, and you don't have a right to a trial. I mean, look at what's going on with the guy. You don't have the right to bail. I mean, look at the guys. I mean, I agree or disagree with the Oregon standoff. I mean, there's guys in jail that have no right to bail. They have nothing. And
that's all garbage too. They're just good old boy patriots that didn't like the way things were being handled, and they got thrown in jail for bitching about it. Or
then throw away the key, and our government, like Pete Santilli, or whoever, like him or hate him, or what, you got to look at it as merits. The guy was there. Regardless if he, they prosecuted him with, or they're prosecuting. Well, they threw the one charge out in Oklahoma, but they're holding the 16 other charges down in Nevada, with the standoff down there, saying that he incited, and he said that people should come down here and defend the Iran. It's all
help
bunk.
us out. Yeah, right.
It's all bunk. I mean, like I said, the guy, hate the guy. All of those guys, at the end of the day, they didn't do anything wrong. They did what every American should have done. Yeah. Everybody
and now you realize also in the 90s, 92, 93, 94, 95.
Yeah.
Leading up to the 95, 94 period of time, when like we said, the Waco thing took place, and that was like in 92, and then 94, 95 was when the Murrah building was blown up, and all of that. That was when the Patriot militia groups were forming like crazy.
Oh, yeah.
Now, which I was directly involved with. As a matter of fact, to the extent of the biggest thorn in the side of corrupted government was a group called the Militia of Montana.
Mm-hmm.
And that was me.
Yeah. Okay.
And that was me and three other guys. I ran onto these guys that were just patriots that had been terribly screwed by the government in the two or three different things. So it's like with Aaron Russo, that became a patriot, right? And he was a multimillionaire producer of great motion pictures,
great movies, and he came out with the IRS film, and boom, he's gone.
Well, here's what happened. No, that's a little bit the timing's out. It's kind of reversed that. What happened was that they passed an IRS update change on write-offs and things for motion pictures, things of that sort. Completely changed the structure for the IRS relative to performing arts, particularly motion pictures, and retroactively charged him millions of dollars.
Yeah.
You can't pass a law today that wasn't in 2 years ago and then go back and say, you filed your taxes 2 years ago, it doesn't fit today's new law, so you owe us another $5 million?
Yeah.
He went crazy. He was just a guy. He was a good producer. It's a motion picture. He was a nightclub owner. He was a rock and roll record producer, and then did movies.
Yeah.
I knew Aaron really well. As a matter of fact, when I had my shoulder blown up, he offered me his home in Tahiti for me to go and just live there with his staff, et cetera, to be taken care of until I got back on my feet.
Yeah.
And I mean, that's how close I was to Aaron.
Oh, wow.
And matter of fact, a little sidebar to tell you how well off he was. One of his caretakers at the home that we're talking about in Tahiti stole $500,000 out of the safe that he had in gold coins.
Mm-hmm.
And when he told me about it, I said, holy mackerel, $500,000. And he said, well, we're trying to chase the guy. We think he's in Germany or someplace. He said, but yeah, whatever, so what? It's no big deal. All right. And literally that's how he took the loss of $500,000. So, anyhow, he's pretty well off, but he was really screwed by Uncle Sam. And what happened to him was he met me by accident in Los Angeles. Well, not by accident. I was brought over to his home. And, that was just when he was starting to get angry, and then when he met me, he went crazy. And then he did the IRS thing.
Well, do you think he well, I know he died of cancer.
He just died of cancer. He was sick.
Oh, was he sick?
He died of cancer. And I tried to talk him out of it, wasted him his time, and his wife or his girlfriend came to me, as a matter of fact, and said, Bob, talk him out of running for the governorship of Nevada, and she says, he's just going to waste a whole bunch of money and effort and stuff, and I said, well, I talked to him, and I tried to talk him out of it, as I just told him and said, hey, you got to remember Nevada was set up by the gambling mob, for crying out loud, and it's still run by the mob. I said, how many close friends do you have that you would consider to be mobsters? I said, you don't even,
for every slot machine, there's a laundry machine for the cash that they launder through Vegas.
Yeah, but the point is they own it. They're going to own it forever, and that's also where Sonny had his problem.
Yeah, and for a lot of people that don't know Aaron, who we're talking about, he was the producer for Trading Places, Wise Guys, and The Rose. And then, of course, he wrote and directed America, Freedom of the Fascism, which was just an outstanding documentary.
And he had the money to do, like, I wish I could do all of my videos, financially, but I spend a fortune as it is. I spend a ton of money on what I do them as good as I can. I can't hire a huge film, I can't spend $1.5 million, but I spend an awful lot of time, money, and effort and financing each one that I do. Then when I put them out, I charge whatever I have to charge for them. A lot of people are just jerks sometimes. Every once in a while you get people, well, if this is so important, why don't you just give it to everybody for free? Well, I will. Send me a check for $500,000 and I'll see that everybody gets one.
It's not in your, everybody looks at what Alex does and they're like, oh, it's so free. But that's his business model. That's his business was designed to entice you with his videos, all of his videos that he puts out. And thank you, Alex, for putting those out there. But it's part of his business model to get you in. And then he has the other money, the other opportunity, that's all. Yeah.
And like I say, my problem is simply that I spend the money, time, and effort and everything, put it out to accomplish A, but I can't do B next year if I don't charge some, at least get the money back that I put it to the
Absolutely.
That's how that is.
Absolutely.
And listen, all right, and talking about money, let me do this if you don't mind.
Go ahead. It's all you.
Let me tell everybody how to get one of my DVDs if you want. All right, my website. And we can do what you want to on the back side, but the website is BobFletcherInvestigations.com. It's BobFletcherInvestigations.com. It's got my catalog and all that stuff. The only thing that I have at all are my own DVD investigations, things that Bob Fletcher myself was directly in the middle of. So it's as close to, in one way or another, as close to the horse's mouth that you can get. They were in either it's something in investigations I did on the behalf of the Senate or whatever the heck it was, et cetera. I testified before the Senate Intelligence Committee in '95, and they tried to punch holes in, most of the stuff I was doing, and that was their intent. But it didn't quite work out that way. And that's an interesting story too sometime. But let me do this for also, we have listeners, and I had forgotten about these people, for a long time. We have a lot of folks that are not computer oriented, and they, and maybe they borrow it or do this or do that or have a friend or whatever, but, are not involved with that. Now I want to give my mailing address. If you want to drop me a note, ask for a catalog, a simple little one-page sheet that I sent to you, and describes like what you would see if you were on the computer. And it's anybody, if you want to write me a note relative to anything, I can't necessarily get back to everybody, but it's Bob Fletcher, Post Office Box 216, Bayview, Idaho. That's Box 216, Bayview, Idaho, 83803. And I'll be glad to send you a little, if you say you're interested, what the heck is out there, I'll send you a little list that tells you what we have. And,
absolutely. And what we'll do, Bob, what we're going to do is obviously we have your site linked up on our site as well. And if it's okay, I will take each one of your videos and then I'll put those descriptions on your author's page. The little catalog. And then I'll link those fine. Back to yours as well. Wow.
All right. And that'll be great. Okay, very good. So now let's go on to where we were or where we're going here. Now I think we got kind of distracted.
No, that's fine. It's all about a conversation. I mean, we're just having a conversation. So, I mean, the floor is yours. I mean, we can talk about
Is there anything? Okay, I was going to say, is there anything you might want to ask, or something I may or may not have been involved with? Again, the terrible thing with Sonny's situation is that it was flagrantly an assassination.
Yeah.
Like I say, I was hit 6 months before he was, and when he was hit, they took him out. There have been 2 other attempts to hit me back in the 80s, in 87, 89, Iran-Contra period of time. I had a guy drive through the wall of my business where I had a single cubicle and a sliding glass door. This was in Orlando, Florida. And I was at that time selling recreational vehicles, motorhomes for Holiday Rambler Company. Mm-hmm. And a guy came in with a big, and I was literally, this was 87. So I was literally with the senators and congressmen on the phone and this and that, investigators back and forth from Washington and all that kind of stuff at that time. And this fella came in with a big station wagon, big old station wagon, did a slow, matter of fact, I have to preface this, 2 weeks earlier somebody had come in and our security people had to run him off because he was videotaping the entrance and the whole the layout of the building and everything. And the security people ran him off. This fella a couple of weeks later comes in with a big station wagon and slowly makes a left looping turn, and then once he's lined up front on, head on into where my sliding glass doors are, he puts it to the floor and literally hit a speed brake, leaped into the air, went through a 3-foot fence and through this is externally, a 3-foot fence and a wooden sitting bench, and through my sliding glass doors with about 7 inches on each side of clearance, and with full intentions of killing me. The front end of his car slammed to a stop about 24 inches from my desk, which was facing outward, facing him, facing the glass doors. And the only reason it stopped was that the rear end got hung up down on the planter that was right out front and stopped this vehicle. Mm. And that's exciting. That'll get your adrenaline going. I was only about 9:15 in the morning. I hadn't even finished my first cup of coffee, and it was pretty exciting stuff. Then he tried to back out, couldn't get out, got hung up, and then he decided to come in and make like it was an accident.
Whatever happened to the guy?
Nah, it was an accident. Just an accident. What can I say? And we couldn't check him out. We followed. Of course, I was not financially capable at that time to do a heck of a lot of anything. We went as far as we could to find out, and he was from Tampa. He'd come over to kill me. That's all. Whatever.
Tampa to Orlando. Take you out with his station wagon.
Yeah. And then later on in Orlando, during the Contra hearings, the two major investigators, quote unquote, for the Iran-Contra hearings, one was a Central Intelligence assassin named Thomas Polgar, and the other was a guy named Bob Birmingham, an FBI guy. They came to Orlando to interview me. And when they set up the interview, I said, "Oh, okay, fine. Where do you want me to? Do it at the FBI building?" Because I had, matter of fact, done extensive reports to the FBI, the ATF, and tried to do it with the CIA, but they wouldn't talk to me. This was in the early stages of being aware of what Gary Best was carrying on. And it's funny, now the FBI has 200 pages or more of myself in their records. at that time, stamped on the front is top secret, front door, which means go right straight all the way up to whoever's running the FBI for my paperwork. Anyhow, so that was the amount of interest they had. But so here comes Bob Birmingham, known for doing covert things in many directions. Thomas Polgar, who literally was the ambassador CIA guy at the embassy in Vietnam when they pulled the helicopters taking people off of the roof of the embassy. He was the chief CIA representative. All right. So now years later, he and Birmingham are the two top investigators. All right. Both of them probably involved with wet jobs previously. That's my opinion. I don't have any good evidence. Well, let me put it this way. There's an awful lot written about Thomas Polgar. An awful lot. And that, again, was where there was narcotics with the embassy and all the rest of that stuff. And smuggling narcotics, by the way, out of Vietnam in the dead carcasses of our soldiers. Yeah. Shipping them to America, having them opened up, and then remove the dope, sew them back up again, and put them in a burial site. So that give you an idea of the despicable some of these characters were. Anyhow, so these guys, I said, "You want to meet me at the FBI building or what?" And they said, "No, you just come to the so and so hotel there in Orlando." I said, "Okay," and they said it's a 16th floor. And I said, "Oh, okay, very good. I'll see you there, whatever time you want." So I show up, but I took with me my lawyer friend of 20 years, the same one that had been with me with all this mess, and that surprised him.
They can't throw you out a window.
Yes,
by yourself.
That apparently was the idea, because when I got there, they had no tape recorder, no papers, no pen, no pencils, nothing. They had nothing at all to make any notes with anything. Now, I have to also, to show you how important it apparently was, because it didn't dawn on me until about maybe a week or so later, the day that they were with me was the first day of Oliver North's testimony at the Iran-Contra investigations in Washington, which was the most anticipated, important part of the entire inquiry. Was his statement, was his thing. And these two guys are in the 16th floor hotel room wishing I didn't bring my lawyer along with me. And so they ran us around in circles verbally for about 30 minutes, shook hands, and that was the end of it. Tried to tell me that because Gary Best was selling Hellfire missiles, tried to tell me there was no such thing as a Hellfire missile. See, I think they thought they had some dumb toy manufacturing idiot that was imagining, stuff. And of course, the Hellfire missile is still being used today as we speak. One of the major missiles still up on the drones that they fly around in the desert and blow people up with. And it's a Hellfire missile that they use. Gary had come in one time on my desk and threw a Ford color brochure on my desk and said, "This is what we're going to start handling." The ATF, when I went down to them, they got all excited. They said, "Oh, can we? Does he have a bunch of the missiles there at the toy factory?" Which I thought was about the stupidest thing I'd ever heard. I said, no, you don't not shipping missiles in and out of the little toy factory in Marietta, Georgia. I said, no, of course not. I said, when he sells them, they're shipped and picked up and they're going wherever they're going. And I said, he certainly doesn't have them in his office.
Yeah.
So, anyway. Okay, so what would you like to ask me about anything else? I'll tell you, let me mention. All right.
I'm still digesting Sonny.
I know.
I'm still
digesting.
You've thrown a lot of. I mean, obviously, a lot of these things I suspected, but it's great to talk to you, and it's great that our listeners hear it right as they would say, from the horse's mouth. I mean, you are there, and like I said, Bob, you have the bona fides. People can look you up and know that there is yet to be anybody. Sometimes we'll get guests on and they'll make statements, and then you can go out to the internet and you can say, people say, well, this is bogus, right. But you definitely, as they would say, you definitely stand up to the Stanton Friedman, background check. I mean, you're definitely, bona fide. I'm just at awe, and I'm just, I don't want to say shocked because you confirmed. I am waiting. I want to see your 911 that comes out on because as you said, what I think is so you understand. I just think 911 was definitely. I don't think our government flew those planes into the building. I think our government knew they were going in the building, and like a government, they seized the opportunity to do exactly what you said.
Even better than that, they did fly them in.
Oh,
and when you see it, I mean, I'm seriously.
I can't wait.
This is going to upset everybody's apple cart.
Oh, I have
way above what everybody would have even have imagined.
Yeah.
And the last DVD I did is relative to the potential incoming of Nibiru, which is Planet X, and whether that was a reality or not. Normally, I would never have gotten into that, because it's, that's kind of hokey stuff. I mean, let me put it this way: if you don't know anything about it, it's hokey. It's just kind of a hokey kind of sounding thing, And if you say, oh, wait a minute, Planet X, what's he doing? I would never put my name even on the idea of getting into that. I knew nothing about it except that when I started tracking billions and billions of dollars, as a matter of fact, with a T, trillions of disappeared money, somebody had brought it to my attention and said, hey, Bob, you got to look into this. And I'm used to chasing some senator, congressman that's got ripped off $10 million. It's got a home in the Bahamas, or he has a huge bank account, but it's 10, 20, 30 million that he ripped out of some kind of projects and stuff. I'm used to doing that, and that's okay. But when you get into saying trillions disappeared out of the budget several times over a period of 10, 15 years, I got into it. I discovered the underground facilities, 103 of them that have been built by our government covert black ops, and how big they are and how many they are and how real they are, connected with maglev railroads between them, underground, 100, 200, 300, 500 miles, and that type of thing. When I found it and all of the support that goes with it, I did the DVDs called Incoming, and that's on that's available, and that's it.
DVD number 10. Yep. Oh,
right. Okay. Now, and going all the way back and all the rest of that, and the people that I had interviewed and gotten the information and all the rest of that from, besides the fact that live videotapes of the underground facilities and stuff like that, which is, as a matter of fact, I have in there on the website. If you go to photographs or pictures, I'm not sure how we have it listed.
Yep. It's photos.
There's a whole bunch of great high definition of underground operations.
Yeah.
Okay. But the that DVD, by the way, because I also pointed out that of things that were going to happen to the United States, or not to the United States, to the globe. And I put this out about 2 years ago. Then I pointed out, I said, this is what's going to happen. And all of those things that I predicted in there have happened. Okay? Our weather changes. The weather that you see today, it took place yesterday, it's taking place today. All right? Those changes of these extraordinary storms and quakes and volcanic activity and all is related to this incoming of this ninth planet, if you will. Okay? Now, to give you an idea of how much interest there is in this DVD, all right, there's a single pod broadcast. There's many, many, many of them. There's an awful lot of people have been covering this, covering my DVD. But there is just one I'm pointing out that I just discovered the other day by chance. Nobody even brought it to my attention. My wife found it, as a matter of fact, that a single podcast that actually put out a very good, extensive program that I had done with someone on that subject, just on that particular incoming DVD, that has had 265,000 hits.
Yeah. Oh, I know. I have Joseph Raina, and he's 5 Eagles. He's on the show, and he kind of covers our Planet X Nibiru top. And every time he's on the show, he's kind of like, it's funny, we joke about it, but he's like our Linda Moulton Howe for our show. Right. And every time he's usually on Friday nights, he'll pop in, and those are our number one listen to show. Usually our number one listen to shows. Except I think this one's going to be up there too. You're going to be up there with Dr. Ram and those guys that we've had on the show. But I do want to and I wanted to make sure that we segment the shows, because I don't want to throw away, because I'm telling you, there's people that are going to be listening to this show tonight going to be going, oh my, I want them to understand their peaceful little world of our government is going to be rocked by listening to the show. And then absolutely, I want to talk about, with your 911, maybe we'll bring you back and we'll talk about Nibiru. Give you a dedicated show for that.
I didn't even want to get into that so much.
Yeah,
but I did want to just point out that it was it being the last, most recent one that I did, and and I put put in here that for me it's a real loser, because if I'm right, there's going to be terrible havoc will be wreaked in whenever period of time it actually comes through close. And if I'm wrong, I'm a jerk. And if I'm right, then nobody's going to pat me on the back, because they're going to be trying to save their lives.
They're either going to be dead or they're going to be. So
it's a loser for me.
Yeah,
but the interest is mind-boggling. We've actually have filled we've filled our orders out of the country. That's even amazing around the world.
But the story is true. I mean, the thing is that we had Brad Olson on the show, and Brad, he wrote the Esoteric series, and he's on he's on Discovery Channel, but he was on the show, and he was like, we've got underground military bases. He's like, they took one of the bore, the big drill that you have a picture of. He said they dropped one of those in Virginia, and he goes that no one's seen it since.
No, as far as all of that, I mean, and the DVD just covers everything. After people see that the DVD, I mean, if you still have questions about it, then
you didn't pay attention.
You got a problem.
You didn't. You definitely didn't pay attention.
Yeah, I wouldn't. And I wouldn't have done it. Wouldn't have touched it with a 50-foot pole if it wasn't so.
I thought that was kind of weird. I was happily shocked, but when I saw it, I was like, well, wait a minute now, because you're known for your political exposés and calling out the political side, but then when you're getting into the bureau stuff, but I love the fact that you're in it, because I know the quality of the production is going to be such.
Like I say, the point that I got into was it had nothing to do with that. Somebody just said, hey, there's billions here. How about 2.3 trillion disappeared the day before 9/11?
Yeah.
The day before 9/11.
Yep. 3 trillion from Rumsfeld.
Rumsfeld comes out and says, I lost 3 trillion, and they say, oh, we have to look into that. Then they did, and the hit in the Pentagon was where all of the records and investigation.
Even more so, Building 7 was the criminal investigation, the civil for the FBI. That was actually in Building 7, and you're absolutely right. In the Pentagon, the DOD investigation was in the ring that got nailed by the supposed airplanes, right? And and that's not what it was either. And I tell you what that is in the new one coming out. Yeah, I can't wait. So let's do this. Let this one cook in the minds of our listeners. I want to bring you back, and we'll kind of throw a teaser out there. we could talk about UFOs. We could talk. What do you want to talk about next time you come on?
Well, I don't know. Let's see. Well, the big deal probably will be because I don't want to get the problem when you're working on something, and you say, I'm gonna do
put
this,
that one in the can.
Well, what happens is we get people who want to pre-order it.
Yeah,
we can't do that at all.
No. Let's not talk about 9/11 until you're done with it, and then we'll.
Yeah, okay, that's the name of the game.
So
when we get back, anything we talk. I don't know. Or the CIA and drugs, or even whatever.
Well, I think we pretty much covered. I think we got that one. I'm just trying to. I'm throwing a teaser out there for people. So, do you want to do Nibiru?
Yeah, we can do
and
that.
The underground bases?
That'll be fine because that was an amazing, interesting, complex investigation I did. Spent a long time, money, time, effort. Holy mackerel! It was like a 2-year thing.
Yeah.
Because again, I was just looking for the money. Then I remembered, all the way back in '94 and '95, I remembered receiving videos. Which at that time was VHS or little cassette things and whatever, that people were sending me and saying, telling me, they were saying, hey, I'm a truck driver and I made a delivery in the middle of the desert where a trap door opened up and I drove down into the desert underground and it closed behind me and I went down and it was an entire city underground. And this was in '95, right? Yeah. And I was thinking, whoa! And you look at it and you say, oh my God, this is real. What in the world is that? Wow. And I had all that in the back shelf here, in the cockles of my mind, but in my stored away on the shelf here, and a whole bunch of them, and then. Again, looking for the vanishing of money. The money. In giant amounts of money. I said, and then, here's the big deal. Finding that Russia, Europe, and Red China was doing the same thing.
Yeah.
You see? And I've gotten, which is wonderful. Whoa. I was able to get photos and videos, live tapes of all of that, all the information, and the Russians had even put out, that they were going to have in a year or two. They had programs financing. They were financing 5,000 underground facilities, and they talked about them. Then they had one that was big in a mountain that can handle like 50,000 people underground for 10 years.
Well, they just announced. Last week Russia just had a nuclear war exercise with 40 million of its citizens. And the question that came out is, what are you going to do with 40 million people? And they're like, we got it covered. So that's
right. That's right. That's right. Yeah.
Because everybody's like, well, it doesn't matter. You can have a drill all you want to. A nuclear war is a nuclear warhead. How are you going to protect yourself? And Russia's response was, don't worry, but we got it covered. Which they basically... Chinese have taken... They built brand new ones, the same as we have, and we took some of ours, like the old NORAD location. Mm-hmm. We redid the Cheyenne Mountain. We went in, shut them down for about a year, redid it, and expanded it so it's bigger and better than it was. But they never moved the NORAD people back in. They just put them back into another military base, so that's another one that's been converted. But the Chinese, who for thousands of years, their old warriors, the old Chinese, I guess Mongolian warriors and that type of thing, had thousands of miles of tunnels underground and used to fight entire wars for hundreds of years, coming out of these tunnels and doing their attacks and then running back into the tunnels, like moles. Well, they've taken several of those, many of them, and converted them into underground facilities. The Chinese, the European,
And the Russians and the Americans have all been doing the same thing. So that was why when I got into doing this, the investigations, before I even decided that I would do a DVD on it. And by the way, it's 2 discs. It's a double disc. It's 4 hours of information. But before I finally said, oh, okay, I've got to do it, I had discovered all these things, all the documentation. The government, our government, a couple of years ago, had taken like 90% of the production of the dry foods, survival foods,
yep,
and had contracted and bought all of it coming out of the biggest factories that are in the world to put stuff underground. I have, I got the paperwork. I got the documentation on it, where they did it, when they did it,
yep,
what they did,
yep,
pictures of it.
Well, I've heard
and all the rest.
I've heard it.
So
they're stockpiling ammunition. They're stockpiling food. You heard some of the food distributors that came out and said, "Look, we're not selling to the government anymore. We're going to be selling to you, the people."
Yeah, but that's only because the government got all they need.
Yeah, well, probably didn't pay their bill.
But right. Anyhow, those things, and speaking with people that had been studying this thing way before me. I'm not an astronomer, but I quasi become one, I guess. But one of the things that I mentioned in the DVD is that I said all of the planets in our solar system has been changing. The orbits have been affected. Temperatures have been affected. The surface, including the moon, now has some kind of a saline salt type of an atmosphere that's developed. The things have moved. They're in different places. They've heated up. Some of them are having a volcanic type activity that never had before.
Yep.
And I had put in this, again, bearing in mind this is a couple of years now that this has been out, that I said this is what's going to happen in the next couple of years, according to experts that know what they're talking about. And the weather will be changed on the surface of the earth forever until something happens. And by the way, and Planet X is not going to hit Earth, but according to the people that know and have studied it, they say it will pass close by and will just cause a gravitational havoc, and which it had done before. It has done it a couple of times. See? And it's hard to say exactly, but the bulk of people have said that we're talking possibly in a 5-year period of time. So whatever, and we don't know. But all of these crazy things are taking place, which includes all of a sudden a real interest in getting back on the moon and going to Mars, as far as the people are. Russia said that they're going to the moon. And Russia, the Chinese, and the Americans.
Yep. Well, I don't know if America.
All of a sudden.
Yeah, America says they're doing it, but I haven't said. Well, you got Elon Musk and you got Bezos, but I actually think that's a starship for the rich. That has nothing to do with us. And a lot of this with the new one I'm working on, I cover a lot of that too. Yeah. Things that I discovered, but an awful lot of the stuff in the last. I've been doing it for 30 years. Stuff in the last 10 years, an awful lot of it. What has happened is I'm doing A and B, and it brings me to C and D and E and F. That kind of a thing. Where I'm looking at one or two things, and then in the middle of doing it, somebody says, "Well, how about this? Are you aware of this little thing over here?" And I say, "Well, wait a minute. That left hand fits with the right hand over here." And then all of a sudden, things that you were thinking last week, you got the answers to them. Yeah. Well, I mean, I guess I have guests on here that talk about Planet X and stuff, and I've always said, show me I'm a science guy, so show me the facts, show me the figures, show me all that. The fact that you come into it because there's $3 trillion missing, there's money missing from budgets and stuff, or missing. And you come into it looking at that, thinking that there, once again, there's another Iran-Contra kind of deal out there, and that backdoors you into. No, they're building these Noah Ark like facilities,
right.
And then of course, why are they building Noah Ark facilities? What do they know that we don't know?
That's right. See, and and then they did things like when some people thought they had located it was on the planet Earth, the Planet X, Planet Earth scientific, where you could actually see it, on a given location up in the sky, and then they blocked it off. It's like, whoa, wait a minute, what happened with that?
Yeah,
if nobody's worried about it, why did they block it off?
Yeah.
And again, the big deal to me, the real eye opener when I started getting into the incoming idea of the Nibiru problem, was not just that the Americans were doing this.
Mm-hmm.
All of a sudden, I said, whoa, wait a minute! Every major nation that has the capabilities is going underground enough to cover their. I refer to them the elite upper crust of each of these nations. Enough room for them, maybe room for some extra people, the public, but all of a sudden people around the whole globe are doing it. Then you have to back away again, see, and you move away from your pad and pencil, and you say, well, wait a minute, what the heck would cause everybody to stop repairing the bridges and the roadways and the water pumps and things and put that money into underground facilities? What is it that's bothering the whole global elite to do that? And the answer was this potential incoming of this foreign body. And then I find out that there's, which also is part of what led me into the new one that I'm working on right now. Part of it led me that way, is the fact that, I'm losing my train of thought here. I must be getting tired. Anyhow, not only that not only that everybody around the globe was doing it, but then I found out that we have what's been reasonably secret, extraordinary programs where they've been practicing how to stop or eliminate or move incoming unknown celestial bodies. And when we start getting one that's close enough, and, unfortunately, it's hard to imagine for people that haven't looked at this or thought about it too much, something as the size of, if we have a meteoric kind of an impact, not just passing close, but if you have a meteoric kind of an impact that's the size of New York City, or even a half of New York City, 2 miles across, something that's only 2 or 7 miles across can cause the end of the earth as we know it.
Yeah.
See, and people, people just, they don't even think about it. Some of the stuff that's been passing, by the way, we had a tremendous part of this also is in the last 2 years is the increase in shooting stars and meteoric and stuff like that. See?
Yeah.
And people say, oh, well, they'll know what it is. Well, it doesn't make any difference. Yeah. And by the time you see these things, like the one that came through Russia, if that had just hit in Moscow a couple of years ago, it would have
wiped it out.
People,
in Australia,
you can't imagine it. It's a little bit like the new weapon that we have. One of them is the rail gun, which shoots a rail that has no explosives, but it travels 17,000 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's all kinetic.
And the kinetic energy impact is like 2 atomic bombs.
Oh yeah,
and it's a shaft that's maybe 16 feet.
It looks like It looks like a lawn dart. The classic lawn dart games that we used to do as kids.
Yeah, that's right. And but again, it's speed, velocity, size.
Yep.
These things become astronomically over our head to even imagine. It's just hard. Yeah. It's hard to configure.
Well, that exactly, and that's we were talking about that the last week there was a meteorite that went through over Australia, lit up all of Australia. If it would have hit dead center in Australia, pretty much would have wiped out 3/4 of it. Luckily, it landed in the ocean. And even then, when it landed in the ocean, it Richter scale was like 5.7. It registered on the Richter scale.
Oh, sure.
So,
and the the other things like the meteors that we see on a regular basis, like what is the one we have? Oh, Halley's Comet.
Yeah.
Halley's Comet has a tail. Now you have to realize, of course, Halley's Comet is really just frozen ice and dirt and stuff, and it's doesn't amount to much. Comes around every 75 years like clockwork. You can almost set your watch on it. Comes around and zips past, goes around the sun, goes back out, and goes away for 75 years, and then it'll be back. They had one they found the other day, I didn't say the other day, a couple of years ago, was that had a 4,000, I think it was 4,200 year. They never knew it existed. And when it came in and around and they did other calculations, and they said, it'll be back in 4,000 years.
Mm-hmm.
Goes out 2,000 miles an hour, or 2,000 years out, and then turns around and comes back in around again. And so it'll be 4,000 years, and we'll have to see it again. And that was about, 7, 8 years ago when I saw it. I don't have the name off the top of my head, but I do have it in my the DVD incoming. But Halley's Comet, for example, has a tail of debris that's 24 million miles, if I remember correctly, off the top of my head. See, these are figures you can't imagine. So then you get talking about something like near Nibiru, which will have the same kind of a thing, except the tail dragging around behind it, and theoretically it's believed to have 2 or 3 moons that comes with it. It's like its own little system, all right? And it's theoretically, again, supposedly 5 to 7 times the size of Earth.
Yep.
And at any distance out, passing between us and the sun, what it's going to do, theoretically, again, this is what I've been told, it will come in and go around the sun, and the way we are orbiting in our time of orbit, etc., that it'll go around the sun, and then we will pass through the tail. Earth will pass through the tail of the junk, space junk. That will be a real problem. That's going to be a meteor storm. It'll go, then we will continue on around the sun as we do, and it will have been in front of us, so to speak, and go on back out around the sun, the other side, and head on out to Never Land again for whatever period of time. And then we will pass through that departing tail where it's going back out. We will pass through the departing tail a second time. And that's supposedly, mathematically, this is how close these guys have this stuff down, 155 days between going through the first one and then going through the second one. And discounting things like electromagnetic impulses and the gravitational potential of yanking the water out of the seabeds and things of that sort, which is what is anticipated, because the feeling is, and the belief going back thousands of years, is that this was Noah's flood, that this was what dragged the water across the entire globe, so to speak, when it came around. And of course, yesterday and this afternoon, this evening, you're going to watch Jacksonville and the North Carolina, South Carolina, and see how badly that storm does what it does.
Yeah.
And by the way, I have another DVD that I testified as it was brought up when during the testimony with the United States Senate Intelligence Committee in 1995, where one of the foolish senators asked me about weather control. He thought that was
weather
kind
control.
of silly.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah. Yeah, and that was on the floor of the U.S. Senate.
Didn't they shut HAARP down, though?
Excuse me?
Didn't they just shut HAARP down? They turned it off.
Oh, yeah, but that's good. They don't need it. They don't need it. And the weather control, that was part of it. And but it's not anymore. They don't need it anymore. Yeah. But it is an electromagnetic, not magnet's not the right word. It is an electronic means of heating water and the atmosphere.
Yeah.
To control, create, or generate, or expand weather. Now, this jerk, and I say jerk, I guess I shouldn't say that, uninformed senator who'd been there for actually wasn't. The truth was he was making like he thought it was silly, but he knew all about it, okay, asking me about the weather control. One of the senators, and I can't even think of his name right now, many years ago, had stated on the floor of the Senate that the worst thing in the world in the future, coming up in just a few years, was going to be the potential of weather wars. And in 1976, I think it was, we signed a United Nations treaty with every major nation of the world, and it states now that we have the ability to control the weather and create earthquakes, we have to agree to not use it as a weapon of war between us. That is a United Nations treaty. And these jerks are sitting up there in Washington, the Senate, and Congress, and they're saying, "Oh, Mr. Fletcher, what is this stuff you're talking about? Weather control. What is that? That really, could you explain what you're trying to say when you said that there was weather? Give me a break."
Yeah, I mean, we signed a treaty. Why would we sign a treaty on something that we don't do?
We signed a treaty at the United Nations of the 3 or the 5 major nations of the world. That we wouldn't utilize it, which of course that's stupid. But when we have something, when we have the atomic bomb, we used it. When you have weather control, you use it.
That's right.
And
I mean, it's a defense. I mean, think about how many battlefields can be slow, or battles can be slowed down if you have a dust storm, or if you have a thunderstorm, or you have fog where airplanes can't fly.
That they used it in Vietnam.
Yeah.
That's how far back. Now, I have to add the caveat to this thing, and that is that what they were doing then was pretty much just salting so that they could create rain on the Ho Chi Minh Trail and turn it into a mud slime so they couldn't travel. That was during the Vietnam War, but it was still weather control. What they have now is the electronic manner by which they can superheat the atmosphere and the water in a given area. Therefore, again, expanding, creating lows. If they hit this, and also we can draw it by hitting in a given area, they can draw this hurricane any direction they want to. And matter of fact, the statement that this guy was, Senator Cole, was asking me about, he said, because I had done an interview with the United Press International, or Associated Press, and they said, what was it that you meant that the New World Order was going to use the weather control as a weapon? And my response was, I didn't bring it with me, but I'll give you the entire package so that you understand everything, who, what, when, and where, including the treaties, with the UN. But the bottom line was, he was making like he didn't know anything about it. It would worry me if he didn't. He was on the Senate Intelligence Committee.
Well, they know. I mean, they have these meetings. I remember
I mean, he was kind of also, part of it was like, what did I mean by New World Order? You know what I mean? That was like, what is that? Some kind of a spooky, strange thing. And these guys, it was funny. I set that inquiry up myself. It was in 95, which was right after the Murrah building thing. It was in 1995, June of 95. Yeah. And April was when the Murrah building went down. And they wanted to do a congressional inquiry on the militia and the strength, the Senate and the Congress, on the strength of the militia, because they were trying to imply that the militia had something to do with it, which is, which is stupid, but anyhow.
Yeah, they did. I remember the big crackdown after that on the militias.
Yeah, no, it's this big deal, and they did all kinds of stuff, scared the average citizen to go to any meetings because they were photographing their automobile license tags and stuff. They making people think that the militia was involved, and that was crazy. Nobody ever did any of that stuff at all. Yeah. There probably were some screwballs that would have, and I've said many times that 10% of every group, organization, 10% of the police force, 10% of the government, and 10% of civilian groups, you're going to find nutcases, But that certainly doesn't mean that it's a mandate. But the way that went together there was, it was funny because I'll tell you this, and then it's going to kind of wrap it up here in the next break.
Yeah.
I heard, because I had already done. Matter of fact, I had already been a candidate for the United States Congress in Orlando in 1990.
Okay.
I already had that behind me, and I had heard that the Senate and the Congress were going to try to do some kind of an inquiry. So I called Senator Arlen Specter, who's a bad guy. Rest in peace. He's a bad guy. I kind of had a hate-love relationship with him because he kind of came around and understood some of it, but he's the guy that came up with the magic bullet theory for the John F. Kennedy murder.
Yeah.
So I always have a bad taste in my mouth on that one. But I called him and I said, because he was with the Intelligence Committee, and I said, "You're thinking about doing this?" I said, "Look, why don't you just work with me?" I said, because myself and two other people, we have the Militia Montana, which has been the biggest cultivator of the movement, the Patriot movement in the United States for this year. So why don't you let me do this? I can get 3 or 4 of the leaders of all of the other important militias, and we'll come in and talk to you. We'll be glad to do it. See?
Yeah.
And I know he was laughing, because he didn't know me, and I know he was laughing up his sleeve. He's thinking, "Oh boy, I got this jerk. I'm going to get these 3 or 4 of these guys in, and we'll just bulldozer right over these guys." See? Because none of us are politically oriented, so to speak.
Yeah.
I myself more than anybody, but so he figured they'd come get us in and make fools of us. That was the idea, anyhow. And one of them was a fellow named J.J. Johnson, a good friend out of, I think he was in Ohio. And he had a big following in Ohio, a big militia group, Patriot militia thing. And I had 2 or 3 others that were brilliant. One of a guy named Roy, I can't think of his name, Olson. Norman Olson, who was an educator and very brilliant. He's a constitutional student. He was really great. But J.J. Johnson, I invited him, and I got Norm to come, and then a couple of others, and then I brought two people with myself from the militia group, and but the point was that J.J. Johnson. First off, they had been part of what they were doing in trying to make fools out of the militia movement was, of course, we were backwoods guys, and we were Yokums, and we were up in the woods.
You're redneck KKK members.
And then
here goes J.J. Johnson, by the way.
And that's right, that we were racist KKK guys.
Yeah.
And of course, like in my case, I'm a city slicker. Unfortunately, when I bought a ranch in Montana, is the only reason I happen to even run into those guys.
Yeah.
But J.J. Johnson is a black gentleman, right?
Yes.
And it was great. So what happened was they didn't know, and I said, "All right, put on the list J.J. Johnson and Norm Olson and this one and that one, and we'll all show up and da-da-da-da, and let us know what you can contact me." So I get a call about 4 days before the meeting in Washington, D.C., by one of Arlen Specter's people, and they said, "Mr. Fletcher, somebody told us that J.J. Johnson is a Negro. And I said,
Yeah.
well, that's right. Yeah, sure he is. Of course he is. He's been that way ever since he was born.
Since he was born, yeah. Newsflash.
Yeah, ever since he was born. I said, so what's your problem? I said, Louis, do you want me to call him and tell him not to come because he's black? That's what I asked the senator, the senator's office. I said, you want me to tell him not to come because he's black? Or what's the problem? Do you have a problem with that? They said, no, but we didn't think you had it. I said, of course we do. I said, we got, 1,000 black people that are involved with it. And JJ was good, very astute. And he sat there and he said that he was getting tired of reading in newspapers that he was a racist. And he was,
Didn't he go to Harvard?
No, but he was educated.
Yeah.
He was well educated, even someplace, but not Harvard. But anyhow, it was funny because that was the truth. See, everybody had been writing that all these patriot militia groups were these Nazi, anti-racist, anti-Semitic, and all the rest of that, and they love to do that Semitics thing, the Nazi thing, and. I know one of them, I don't know who it was, but somebody asked about it, and I had made the statement.
Well, they want to keep us apart. They do, because they know that if we join together, we all come together and we realize the BS that's going on, and then they won't be able to stop us. Right now, we're fighting amongst each other.
You can't imagine in your wildest dreams, with the militia Montana was in a little tiny town. The nucleus was two brothers and a nephew and Bob Fletcher. And when I joined, they kind of have their own little thing going because they, again, like everybody in that whole Patriot movement, almost every one of them had been like Aaron Rousseau. They had been taken advantage of by the IRS or some stupid police action or something that was wrong. And so they had gathered up and got little groups together. And the numbers, we even had Patriot groups, they called themselves militia, that were all women over 70 years old, for crying out loud. We had this extraordinary spread of people across. But the point was the post office, where the mail came in was at this little town. They had to hire a brand new full-time person just to handle our mail. That, by the way, was being delivered in the back of the pickup truck in, typically 2 5-foot sacks of mail each that had to be dragged out and picked up with 2 people to drop off. That's once we got rolling, because we were on every single television. We were on Phil Donahue's show. We were on Good Morning America. I even did Good Morning Australia, for crying out loud, with a video hookup. I was interviewed by TASS, the Russian news reporting station. We did Japanese television. We did everything you could imagine. We were rock stars. And again, right there in that period of 95, around in there. And that was what really scared the crazy people in Washington, because all of a sudden it went from a handful of what they refer to as, wackos to
a serious.
Actually, I think it was like 75,000 of us across the country, for crying out loud, that you could really count. And but that was some crazy stuff. And, whatever. But the bottom line is, unfortunately, the people of America have to understand what has taken place to our country. It's out of control. The secrecy of government is going to kill us off. They have the ability to cover unbelievable theft of funds, movement of funds, activity of weapons, creating weapons, and delivering weapons with equipment that is just beyond people's imagination.
With impunity.
They will think, but besides that, when they find out what is now here in terms of, on the ground and ready for use, it's like Star Wars. And it's the stuff that 10 years ago people would have thought were total fantasy, and is now a total reality.
Yeah.
Very, very scary stuff.
Yep.
and
so, Bob,
whatever.
let's wrap it up. How do people get to your films and to your videos, your website?
And again, okay, just if you want to drop me a note, it's Bob Fletcher, Box 216, Bayview, Idaho. Box 216, Bayview, Idaho, 83803. And, of course, you can go on the computer there and punch up on the internet, BobFletcherInvestigations.com. And actually, I think if you just put Bob Fletcher Investigations and Bob Fletcher Nibiru or Planet X or any of that, there's like 1,500 sites, and it'll end up chasing you over to our website.
All right, Bob.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you, my friend. I'm definitely gonna call you because I got a name I want to run by you, and you tell me if I was in the thick of it or if I'm okay.
Oh, well, and of course, I didn't know all of them, but do that. If I know anything about them, I'll tell you.
Definitely let me know. All right, sir. Well, once again, Bob, I appreciate you taking your time off your busy schedule. We will definitely be back in touch. We're gonna let this one cook for a little while in people's minds. And then, God willing, we will be in touch, and we'll do another show, maybe a whole show on Nibiru.
Yeah, we'll get back, or maybe even on the new one.
On the new one, that would even be better. That's right. It would be a great show to do when you release that. All right, sir. Take care of yourself. God bless you. God bless you. Take care. Yeah, bye now.
Bye-bye.
There you go, Bob Fletcher, the one, the only. Oh, my goodness. Like I said, there's very few people that when they start talking about the conspiracy theories that I will actually kind of go, yes. And Bob is one of them, and that's why it's very important that we got him on the show for you guys, because like I said, he has the bona fides. He has, you can look him up, you can see everything he says is exactly what has happened. His life, his businesses, you can look up the businesses, you can look up the vistas, you can look up everything that he has made a claim to here. And yes, all the way across the board. So I appreciate him taking time out of his busy schedule to share with you, to share with us, to share with me. Wow. What a night. What a show. I just don't know. It's going to take me a while to let this one focus, let this one sink in. But I appreciate you guys listening to us. If you are a first time listener, make sure that you on YouTube, hit that subscribe button. If you are on Facebook, please share the site. One of the things, too, that we really don't talk about, if you are listening to us on Spreaker, please sign up for Spreaker and follow us. The reason being is that we actually were in contact with Spreaker, and we have a great opportunity to be featured on iHeartRadio. In other words, we can actually get on iHeartRadio, even though we are not going through a radio station per se. Because the radio stations usually are iHeart, but they will allow us to do that. But we have to have a certain amount of listeners or followers on the Spreaker system. So please, if you are listening to us on Spreaker, get out there, sign up for a Spreaker account, and then follow us. That would help us out tremendously as well. Like always, it's been a great show. I appreciate Bob, coming on, sharing with us. Get out to his website, help support him in his effort. And I know a lot of you guys are sitting there going, well, Alex Jones gives them out for free. You know what? But that's Alex Jones' business model. That was his game plan from day one, to do the videos, to do all that, to do the investment. Granted, he had some investment, not taken away. I mean, it was incredible what he did. But to produce those, but to bring it into the multimedia empire, to bring people to his site, to his products and all that, that's all a business plan. Alex is a very smart man. He knows how it works. And I don't want to take away from what he's done. There's nothing wrong with what he's done, but that was all part of his business plan. But Bob, on the other hand, he's a smart businessman too, but this is how he makes his living. So it's very important that you guys get out there and support if you want to see the great quality and the information that he provides. And it's like, hey, look, I'll take it to court, because I know the guy is, guy's legit. The whole Nibiru, I think that's important that you understand where that came from, because he wasn't looking for Planet X. What happened is he was trying to figure out where the trillions of dollars went in these budgets, and he stumbled across Planet X in that investigation. So once again, I just want to say thank you. Be well, and until we talk again, my friends, and more importantly than anything else, like always, be love.
Shit, and he